Chapter 672. Now that the problem with the weapon was solved, Kirito felt energized. He walked with more vigor as if he was in a state of excitement. It's not that he cared about the weapon, it's just that Kirito didn't like to owe anyone anything. His bet with Wu Yen was delayed because of Liz's forging skill. Now that it's finally over, Kirito can only hope that he can repay the debt as soon as possible. What would Kirito think if he knew that he was the one who needed this weapon in the original work, and he was also the one who had the skill, dual sword flow? He'd probably feel very lucky. After all, Kirito doesn't want to be in the limelight. He's a solo player and a beta tester. If he has a dual sword style, he'll become a target for everyone. That's why Kirito didn't use dual sword style in the original work until he had no choice but to use it when he was facing the final boss alone. Compared to Kirito, Wu Yen is much more direct. He didn't intend to hide his skills. His title as the Fey Swordsman has brought him enough trouble. Plus, he's much stronger than Kirito, he can handle any situation. Thus, there's no need for him to hide his dual sword stream. Kirito and Liz opened the door and walked out of the room. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked into the room. Both Kirito and Liz stopped. Asuna. Liz tilted her head and smiled. You're here too. Huh? Asuna turned around and was surprised to see Kirito standing next to Liz. Why are you here too? I have something to do. Kirito scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. Kirito didn't interact with Asuna in private other than when they were clearing the dungeon. Even when they were clearing the dungeon, they often quarreled. Although their relationship has improved a lot due to Asuna's sudden change, Kirito still wasn't used to it. On the other hand, Liz patted Kirito's shoulder without hesitation. This guy is now my regular customer. Oh? Is that so? Asuna narrowed her eyes and looked at the two with interest. She then looked at Kirito. When you asked me for Liz's contact number, I was wondering what happened between the two of you. I didn't expect you to be so close, it's all because of this guy. Liz glanced at Kirito with dissatisfaction. Urging me to forge a weapon for him every day, I really don't understand. He already had such a powerful weapon, so why would he want to forge another one? Kirito smiled awkwardly and kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to tell Liz that he owed her a bet. That's why Liz thought he was the one who wanted the weapon. Asuna, on the other hand, was surprised. She more or less knew about the bet between Wu Yen and Kirito. She also knew that the weapon Kirito wanted was what Wu Yen wanted. Speaking of which, Wu Yen was the one who asked Kirito to get Liz's contact number. That's why Asuna blackmailed Wu Yen and even went to his house to ask for food. In a way, it's all thanks to Kirito, that snitch. She remembered that the weapon Liz was going to forge was what Wu Yen wanted. Asuna's interest was piqued. So, what about the weapon? We're still missing materials. Liz pouted. We need to go to the 55th floor to get the metal, 55th floor. Asuna blinked and looked at Kirito. That shouldn't be too hard for you, right? It shouldn't be hard. Kirito took a deep breath. But it might be a little difficult now. What do you mean? Liz immediately turned around and looked at Kirito with her arms akimbo. Are you saying that I'm in your way? No. I didn't mean that. Kirito's eyes darted around and he didn't look at Liz anymore. He was clearly telling Liz that he didn't mean what he said. Wait. Asuna interrupted Liz and asked in surprise, Liz, you're going as well? Yeah. Liz said as if it was a matter of course. We need a blacksmith master to get the metal. Otherwise, even if we defeat that metal-producing dragon, we won't be able to get the metal. Is that so? Asuna nodded and raised her weapon with a regretful expression. I wanted to ask Liz to help me grind my weapon. Its durability is almost gone, then I'll help you grind your weapon first. Liz didn't hesitate and put her friend's matter first. She looked at Kirito and said in a threatening tone, it won't take long, you can afford to wait, right? Kirito-kun. Kirito's mouth twitched and he nodded helplessly. Asuna and Liz laughed when they saw this. The two of them left Kirito behind and ran to the back of the shop. Kirito was left alone in the shop while the two of them chatted with each other. You only need to grind it a little to restore its durability? Liz took Asuna's sword and smiled. Do you need me to upgrade your weapon? My forging skill has improved recently and it just so happens to meet the requirements for upgrading a weapon of your level. Asuna pondered for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. My weapon just so happens to meet my current needs. If you upgrade it, it'll affect my performance, alright then. Liz said in disappointment, it's rare for my forging skill to improve, well, don't be disappointed. Asuna pulled Liz's hand and said, also, I don't just need to restore its durability. Can you help me polish it a little and make it prettier, huh? Polish it a little and make it prettier? Liz was stunned and looked at Asuna strangely. This is the first time she's been asked to make a weapon prettier while she's doing maintenance, but this was only secondary. Everyone loved beauty, and it wasn't strange for a girl to have such a request, but it was a bit strange for Asuna to have such a request. In the past, Asuna didn't care about looking pretty when she's choosing weapons and equipment. She's more of a practical person. After all, she's the one in charge of the clearers and is known as the ghost of clearers. The Asuna Liz knew was the kind of person who only cared about clearers. But now that she thought about it, Asuna seems to be different from before. Liz had her suspicions a while ago. Even though Asuna is loud and casual, she's more observant than anyone else. Liz's sharp senses told her that Asuna seems to be more feminine than before. Also, his eyes landed on Asuna's ears. There was a pair of beautiful earrings dangling there. Even in the dark, they still shone with a dazzling luster. Paired with Asuna's breathtakingly beautiful face, her charm was at least several levels higher than before. Asuna actually started to dress up. Asuna, tell me the truth. Liz had a smirk on her face, but her eyes were very serious. Are you in love? Huh? Huh? Asuna froze for a second, then her face turned red when she realized what Liz said. No. No. How is that possible? Asuna took 2 steps back and her eyes became flustered. Liz immediately understood what's going on when she saw Asuna's reaction. Liz giggled and didn't say anything else. She looked at Asuna with a teasing gaze and started to grind Asuna's weapon. Asuna stood there and bashfully stood there. It didn't take long for Asuna's weapon to be finished. Liz said goodbye to Asuna and then dragged Kirito out of the shop. Asuna angrily turned her head when she saw Liz and Kirito walking out of the shop. She rolled her eyes and smirked. She opened her personal interface and sent out an email, emergency. Come here immediately. Wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 673. So, Wu Yan watched as Kirito and Liz bickered with each other. He glanced at Asuna who is lying on top of him with an expressionless face. So your so-called emergency is asking me to be a peeping Tom with you? Asuna's face turned red, and she immediately retorted, how is this peeping? It's stalking. That's just as bad. Wu Yan glared at Asuna. I really have to hand it to you. I was so scared that I didn't even have time to kill the few monsters with low HP before I hurriedly ran out of the labyrinth. I thought you really had something urgent to deal with, but it turns out that you're here to follow me? It's not like you're short on leveling time anyway, why are you being so calculative? Asuna muttered. Besides, it's an emergency, it's about my best friend's lifelong happiness. Lifelong happiness? Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Wu Yan ridiculed her. I don't see how this can be called lifelong happiness. Isn't it just going to fetch some metal? You don't understand. Asuna peeked her head out and glanced at Kirito and Liz in front of her. Don't you think there's something wrong with the way they look? Wu Yan spent an entire minute sizing up Kirito and Liz. After a full minute, Wu Yan finally opened his mouth. I really don't see anything wrong with them. Are you an idiot? Asuna said as she pointed her finger to the front. Don't you think there's something going on between them? Wu Yan frowned and said hesitantly. You mean, they're hooking up? Don't make it sound so bad. Asuna said in a dissatisfied tone. Are you serious? Wu Yan rubbed his chin with a puzzled expression. That's Kirito we're talking about, he only cares about the game. Would he really fall in love with someone like that? That's why I said you don't understand. Asuna pointed her finger at Kirito. Anyone who's observant can see the trend, ahaha. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Then I guess I'm not that observant. I'm curious how you figured it out, intuition. Ha. Wu Yan almost choked himself to death. Say that again, I didn't hear you clearly. Don't underestimate a woman's intuition. Asuna said with a serious expression. Even if they're not doing anything right now, something is going to happen soon. Wu Yan sucked in a deep breath. His lips trembled as he closed them. In the end, all the words he wanted to say were summed up in one sentence. They're getting further away. Asuna patted Wu Yan's back and she nudged him a little further away from the group. Hurry up and follow them. Don't follow them too closely, Kirito's detection skill is really high, be careful not to get caught. I know. Hurry up and follow them. Asuna's tone didn't show the slightest bit of concern. Instead, there was a hint of indignation. She blurted out without thinking. We must catch them red-handed, let's see if Liz still dares to make fun of me. Wu Yan stopped and he turned around to face Asuna with a confused look. What red-handed? What do you mean? Asuna was shocked, only then did she realize what she had just said. After panicking for a moment, he quickly pretended to be calm and changed the topic. It's nothing, hurry up and follow them. That's suspicious, okay. Hurry up. Huh. In front of them, Kirito seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly turned his head and looked behind him. His eyes suddenly became sharp, which gave Liz a fright. What are you doing, all of a sudden? Liz tightened the clothes she just took from Kirito and patted her chest. She questioned. Kirito furrowed his brows and scanned the path behind them. However, all he could see were the same snowflakes and rocky mountains. There was nothing else in sight. Hey, say something. Liz's dissatisfied face appeared in front of Kirito. Finally, Kirito's attention was diverted from the scene behind them. Kirito glanced at Liz, then looked around. Only when he confirmed that he had not discovered anything, did he touch his chin. No, it's nothing, it's probably just my imagination. Kirito continued leading Liz to the top of the mountain. They left a trail of footprints in the snow behind them. When the two figures had almost disappeared into the snow and wind, two other figures staggered out from a corner. I told you, don't be so hasty, we'll be found out. Wu Yan glared at Asuna with a resentful look. That guy has been a solo player for so long, he's a monster. If he's not strong enough, he would have died already. Luckily, it's us. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to hide. But we haven't been found out yet. Asuna's expression was a little unnatural. If you look closely, you'll see a slight blush on her face. In order to not be found out, the two of them squeezed into a crack in the mountain. The crack could only fit one person at a time. Now that they were both in it, Asuna was almost squeezed into Wu Yan's body. Luckily, the situation was urgent and they didn't pay attention to anything else, or else, Asuna and Wu Yan started to feel uncomfortable. To prevent the atmosphere from getting too awkward, Wu Yan said. This time, we need to stay a little farther away. Don't rush, we won't have an excuse if we get found out, oh. Asuna reacted and raised an eyebrow. She looked at Wu Yan. Why do I feel like you're very good at this kind of thing? Stalking and whatnot, of course not. I'm a righteous person. Wu Yan said with a straight face. Asuna gave up trying to find a loophole in his words. At that moment, the two of them once again sneakily followed after him. They didn't know how much time had passed, but the two groups finally arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of them, the wind and snow stopped, revealing the gloomy sky. Under everyone's gaze, crystals of different shapes and sizes were erected around the mountain. They looked like trees, forming a forest of crystals. They provided light in the dim environment so they could see what was going on. At the highest point, at the very end, there was a crystal mountain that was 5 or 6 meters tall. It was like a crystal fortress, and it emitted a pressure that made it difficult to breathe, telling others that it was not ordinary. Seeing this, Kirito's expression became serious. He didn't turn around and said to Liz, "Hide behind me and don't come out." What? Liz's expression became extremely dissatisfied. She said without thinking, "I'm not a newbie, at least let me help." Kirito didn't say anything, he just stared at Liz's face. His gaze was calm, but it was filled with the desire to make Liz unable to refute. It didn't take long for Liz to give in. I got it." Kirito smiled and threw a square crystal that emitted blue starlight to Liz. He then patted her head. "Here's the teleportation crystal. You have to be ready at all times. If anything goes wrong, just teleport when I tell you to. Before that, just stay behind me." Liz lowered her head and felt Kirito's hand caressing her head. She could feel the warmth of his hand. She clutched the crystal tightly. Her heart was fluttering. Perhaps Asuna's intuition wasn't completely random after all. If you like this novel, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go here. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-ups, quick update, remember. Chapter 674. In this world where there are only swords and cold weapons, the only thing that can be related to mystery is the magical crystal items. SAO's crystals have a series of magical effects. Each of them has their own uses and they are categorized according to their color. Blue crystals are teleportation crystals, pink crystals can restore HP, green crystals are detoxification crystals, and so on. Every type of crystal was a convenient tool that took immediate effect. With a single command, they could produce miraculous effects. For example, the transfer crystal could allow players to instantly teleport to every town on a floor they had cleared. The recovery crystal could replenish the remaining 1 HP of a player. Its effects were much better than ordinary tools. But because of this, the price of crystal items was quite expensive. In the early stages of the game, the players hadn't developed and crystal items weren't that expensive. But now, the price of crystal items had reached a level that ordinary players couldn't afford. Last time, when Silver Flag's guild leader asked Wu Yan and Kirito to send the Titan's hand to the prison, the guild leader used all of his money to buy the corridor crystal that allows him to freely set the location of the Titan's hand to the Black Iron Palace. One can imagine how expensive crystal items are. Therefore, when it came to recovering HP, players would usually use potions that were much cheaper. Crystal items have become a life-saving item that players don't want to use unless it's absolutely necessary. But now, for Liz's safety, Kirito casually tossed out a teleportation crystal. It's not that Liz doesn't have a teleportation crystal, but she felt like the one in her hand is much heavier and warmer than hers. What Liz didn't know is that in Kirito's heart, his companions are much more important than the cold crystal. Even if it were someone else, Kirito wouldn't be stingy with the crystal. Although the teleportation crystal is expensive, Kirito is a top player who walks alone on the front line. With his wealth, I can afford 1 or 2 crystals. Of course, not all crystals had miraculous effects. Only crystal props had miraculous effects. As for the crystals that were scattered all over the place, they were just a common material that could be seen everywhere. Even if they look good, they can only be used to forge weapons, and they're cheap. The crystals scattered all over the place dimmed a little when Kirito stepped forward. The surrounding light also dimmed a lot. An oppressive atmosphere reverberated in the air as if something is about to appear. Behind Kirito, Liz's heart skipped a beat. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar resounded in the dark sky, and it quickly spread in all directions. Kirito, who was about to step forward, stopped in his tracks. Liz was even more frightened. She screamed and hid behind a nearby crystal by reflex. The tall crystal mountain in front of her began to tremble. Along with it, the ground began to tremble as though there was an earthquake. Caught off guard, Liz fell on the crystal. If she didn't grab the crystal in time, she would have fallen to the ground. Kirito, on the other hand, was the only one who stood still. His eyes were fixed on the crystal mountain in front of him. He unsheathed a elucidator from its scabbard and pointed it diagonally at the ground. Asuna was also standing not too far away from them. Asuna unsheathed her rapier and her chestnut-colored eyes flashed. Asuna looked at Wu Yen, who had a nonchalant look on his face. "Let's go up there, shall we?" "Go up there." Wu Yen rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Why go up there? It's just an elite monster. With Kirito's strength, he can take care of an elite monster on the 55th floor in a matter of minutes. If you go up there, you won't be able to explain why you're here." Asuna gripped the hilt of her rapier. Her expression changed slightly. After a while, she finally calmed down. However, she didn't put away her rapier. Instead, she stared at the mountain in front of her. "She'll rush over if anything goes wrong." Wu Yen shook his head and didn't say anything. Asuna's too worried. Accidents happen every year, but Liz isn't a newbie. She's no match for Kirito in terms of strength. Still, she doesn't need to worry that much. Kirito is here anyway. Wu Yen finally remembered that Kirito and Liz went to the 55th floor to retrieve a medal. It also happened in the original work. Because of that, Liz developed feelings for Kirito. In other words, Liz is about to be taken down. Wu Yen didn't want to ruin Kirito's romance. The best way to deal with this is to let nature take its course. Plus, he can watch a good show. Why not? Bang! With a loud explosion, the crystal mountain shattered and turned into a mist. At the same time, a bright silver western dragon with crystal spikes on its back emerged from the mist. A pair of thin yet huge flesh wings flapped fiercely, blowing the surrounding fog apart and scattering it. The crystal dragon's full appearance was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Its short but powerful limbs propped itself up from the ground. With just 2 legs, the crystal dragon stood up, waving its dragon claws. Its pair of huge eyes flashed with a red light. The dragon's head swung forward, and the dragon's mouth was wide open. Roar! With a roar, the crystal dragon flapped its wings and flew into the air. A gust of wind blew at Kirito's leather coat. As it flew into the air, the crystal dragon's mouth glowed faintly, and a dense stream of air came out of its mouth. Liz was shocked and yelled at Kirito. "Careful! It's dragon breath. Special attack skill, dragon breath." A fiery blast of air shot out of the crystal dragon's mouth and swept toward Kirito. The air in its path seemed to have become a little hotter. It was enough to send chills down one's spine. Kirito's expression didn't change. He raised his elucidator and the sword in his hand flashed with the light of the skill. Bang! The dragon breath was sliced in half at the waist in front of Kirito, and it scattered into a shockwave that filled the sky. Liz's expression froze. The warhammer that she had just taken out froze in her hand. She froze on the spot. Liz was at a loss for words as she gazed at the figure that seemed abnormally small compared to the crystal dragon, but seemed as if it could support the heavens. Although Liz knew that Kirito wasn't an ordinary person due to his elucidator, she had never seen Kirito in action before. She didn't know how strong Kirito was. In the past, she thought that Kirito was just an ordinary clearers, but the strength he showed just now was beyond that of ordinary clearers. So, he's this strong, Liz could only watch as Kirito fearlessly charged at the crystal dragon. The elucidator in his hand glowed with the light of skills as he violently struck the crystal dragon's body. The crystal dragon, which was still majestic just a moment ago, was hit repeatedly by Kirito's tiny figure. Its HP dropped like crazy, and one of its claws was dismembered by him. Liz breathed a sigh of relief and walked out from behind the crystal dragon with a victorious smile on her face. "What are you doing? Hurry up and finish it." Seeing this, Kirito, who was fighting the crystal dragon, was shocked. "Idiot! You can't come out yet." Unfortunately, it was too late. The crystal dragon immediately noticed Liz, and as Liz screamed, it sent her flying with a slap. "Liz!" Kirito flew toward Liz and caught her in his arms. But he couldn't do anything in the air. Below them was a bottomless hole. Then, the two of them fell into the hole. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 675. Liz. Asuna screamed from afar as she watched Kirito fall into the hole with Liz in his arms. She turned into a streak of light and dashed forward. When Wu Yan tried to stop her, Asuna was already at the edge of the hole. "Liz!" Asuna leaned on the edge of the pit and screamed at the top of her lungs. The only response she got was the echo of her own voice, and the echo of Liz's scream echoed in the air. In mid-air, the crystal dragon looked down at Asuna. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and it flapped its wings, intending to dive down and give Asuna a head-on attack. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind Asuna and stood there quietly. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at the crystal dragon, causing it to immediately stop its dive. Roar! The crystal dragon roared at Wu Yan and stopped attacking. It shook its head a few times as if it's considering its options. Then, it turned around and flew away without looking back. Wu Yan stared at the crystal dragon until it disappeared from his sight. He looked at Asuna, who is lying on the edge of the crater. He walked over to her and he placed his hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Kirito is here. Liz will be fine, how dare you?" Asuna's eyes were filled with tears. She turned around and glared at Wu Yan. "You should have come to help in the morning." Now Liz fell into the hole. Even if she's fine, how are they going to get out? Hey, calm down." Wu Yan tightened his grip on Asuna's shoulder and said helplessly. "Kirito is a solo player, he's faced countless traps. There are even life-threatening ones. This small hole won't be a problem for him. Even if it's a crystal nullified zone, he'll find a way to get out." Asuna looked at Wu Yan and then at the bottomless pit. She didn't look any less worried about Wu Yan. But, okay. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he pulled Asuna up from the ground. "Even if you don't believe in Kirito's abilities, shouldn't you at least believe in me?" Asuna was furious when she heard this. "You're the most untrustworthy, if you didn't stop it. Liz wouldn't have fallen, I wonder how she's doing now." Wu Yan waved his hand. Fine, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe in SAO's display system, right? Aren't you friends with Liz? Wouldn't it be easier to check if Liz's name was still on his friend list to see if she was doing well? Asuna froze for a moment, then quickly opened her friend list. He quickly dragged it twice on the surface. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Liz's name. Wu Yan smiled and said to Asuna, "You're too worried. It's just a trap, they can deal with it." Asuna nodded and shifted her gaze to the deep pit. Judging by the speed of the echo, this trap should be very deep. Liz would be in danger if she fell into it with her low HP, Kirito should be the one protecting her. Let's hope he can bring Liz out. We can at least be sure that it's a crystal-free zone. Wu Yan calmly said, otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed there for so long, unless there's another world inside, then what should we do? Asuna pursed her lips and said worriedly, if it's a crystal-free zone, does that mean they'll never be able to get out? Don't jump to conclusions. Wu Yan knocked on Asuna's head, causing her to yelp in pain. Let's hope for the best, let's just pray. Wu Yan wanted to tell Asuna that Kirito will come out with Liz tomorrow. But, he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he told her that. He could only apologize to her in his heart. Can't we do something? Asuna said unwillingly, maybe they're waiting for us to save them, then what do you want? Do you want to jump in and accompany them? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he looked around. He walked towards a direction and sat down on a crystal. Let's wait and see, maybe Kirito is thinking of a way. I don't understand how you can be so calm. Asuna stomped her foot in frustration. She hesitated for a moment before walking towards Wu Yan. Asuna adjusted her skirt and she sat down beside Wu Yan. The two leaned against the crystal as they stared at the crater in the distance. They were waiting for the two figures to show up. One has to say, Wu Yan's location is pretty good. There's a crystal behind him that he can lean on. There's also some twisted crystals that cover the top of his head. Like a roof, they blocked all the snowflakes. The cold wind blew from the sides but couldn't reach inside. It's like a crystal cave. It's already quite late when they arrived here. Now that the sky is completely dark, there's no other sound other than the sound of the wind. Wu Yan took out a prop lamp and lit it up so that the place wouldn't be too dark. Snowflakes were the only things moving in front of them. Snow whistled as it fell from the sky. Although the wind was blowing, the air was strangely still. In such an environment, one's mood could not help but become heavy, especially those who were easily sentimental, such as, hey. Asuna crossed her arms and looked at the scene outside. She couldn't help but speak. Say, how are our bodies in the real world right now? Wu Yan, who was looking at the items in his inventory, paused for a second, then he continued looking as if nothing happened. If it's you, you're probably in a hospital. After all, the people outside wouldn't leave those trapped in SAO alone, I thought so. Asuna muttered, then she looked at Wu Yan. You're saying you're not in a hospital? That's right, Wu Yan can only say that in his mind. Even if he said it out loud, Asuna wouldn't believe him. After all, their bodies in the real world don't know how to eat. If they don't receive nutrition from the hospital, everyone here will starve to death. Even though Wu Yan is a true ancestor and can't die, Asuna won't believe him. Probably. Wu Yan could only say so. It's incredible. Asuna said softly, her expression became complicated. Our bodies are supposed to be lying down, but we're actually living in this world, I don't want to admit it. Asuna raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with an indescribable expression, even I'm starting to get used to this world, well, it doesn't matter to me. Wu Yan said casually, it doesn't matter which world we're in, the most important thing is to be alive. Life without effort is meaningless, life without enjoyment is boring, only by working hard and enjoying life can we be truly alive, truly, alive. Asuna lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then, she smiled. Why do you sound so convincing every time you say it? Is that so? Wu Yan scratched his head and said in a resentful tone. I feel like I'm the worst at shooting my mouth off. Compared to saying nice things, I prefer to express my thoughts. Maybe it's because I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart that you find it persuasive, right? Asuna smiled and stared at Wu Yan's face with her chestnut-colored eyes. After a while, she said, actually, I've been wondering what kind of life you lived after you passed the first floor, oh? Wu Yan's interest was piqued. Then what's your conclusion? Asuna leaned on the crystal and said in an ethereal voice. You're even more charming than I thought. You, wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 676. Mesmerizing, Wu Yan's lips started twitching when he saw Asuna's expression. He had an awkward expression. Are you sure it's appropriate for you to say that? Being called mesmerizing by the most mesmerizing female player in SAO, and she's a woman while he's a man, it's awkward no matter how you look at it. You should feel honored. Asuna glanced at Wu Yan. I've never casually commented on a person before. Wu Yan's expression became even more awkward when he heard Asuna's words. So you're the one who casually commented on me, well, don't mind it. Asuna patted Wu Yan's shoulder with a smile. At least your life is much more interesting than mine, is that so? Wu Yan pouted and turned his head away. In other people's eyes, our shining Asuna is extraordinary. She's the idol of millions of players. She's beautiful and strong. Many people are envious of your life. You're hardworking and full of charm, is that so? Asuna sighed and looked at the sky. I hope they won't be disappointed in the future. In Asuna's eyes, her life isn't exciting at all. Every day, it's just strategy, 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 and strategy. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Asuna is shining, but in Asuna's eyes, this kind of life is depressing. If possible, Asuna would rather live a peaceful life. She would cook her favorite dishes every day, take care of the house, and chat with her friends from time to time. She's the typical wife's goal. Of course, if SAO didn't turn into what it is now. Asuna also wants to play games with her friends when she's free. After all, SAO is a pretty good game world aside from the game's death law. Wu Yan yawned and he leaned against the crystal. The hard and cold feeling of the crystal made him feel very uncomfortable. He twisted his body a few times and he didn't feel too good about it. He couldn't find a comfortable position. What's the difference between this and sleeping on the floor? Wu Yan sighed helplessly. He started to look around until he accidentally saw Asuna's legs. His wine-red eyes suddenly lit up, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then, Wu Yan moved. Wu Yan turned around and laid down on the bed. While Asuna was stunned, Wu Yan rested his head on her thighs and closed his eyes. Without a doubt, it was the perfect pillow for him. You. Asuna's face turned from white to red, and then from red to even redder, and it didn't stop until her head was completely red. The color of blood had spread all the way to his neck, and steam was about to come out. What are you doing? Asuna shouted with a red face. Her eyes were filled with panic. She grabbed Wu Yan's head with both hands and tried to lift it up. Get up. Unfortunately, Asuna's strength was no match for Wu Yan's. Even with all her strength, she still couldn't lift Wu Yan's head. You should feel honored. Wu Yan grinned at Asuna. I've never slept on anyone's thighs before, WH. What? Asuna was furious. But she couldn't do anything about it. She had to admit that this guy is invincible when he acts shamelessly. No one can do anything to him, not even Asuna. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Wu Yan rubbed the thigh behind his head. The smoothness and comfort of the thigh made Asuna's face turn red. I've never slept on anyone's thighs before. Knee pillows. Wu Yan has a lot of girls around him, and almost all of them are beautiful. The number of his wives is almost in the single digits, and he has never stopped making love. But this kind of warm knee pillow has never been used on Hinajaku and the others. In other words, their relationship is developing too quickly. Sometimes, Wu Yan feels that his relationship with Hinajaku and the girls developed too quickly, that's why he missed out on a lot of interesting experiences. It's not that he didn't enjoy a warm life, he never lacked warmth with the girls, it's just that there are some things that he didn't experience before, it's a pity. Asuna is indeed the first girl to let Wu Yan sleep on her thighs. Although it was completely one-sided by Wu Yan. Asuna clenched her teeth when she heard Wu Yan's words. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks were about to bleed. But she didn't push Wu Yan anymore. She glanced at Wu Yan, who was sleeping on her thighs, and turned her head away in shock. She was a little angry. Sleeping on a girl's thighs for the first time? It's your first time, isn't it my first time too? Following this rippling scene, the deathly stillness in the air seemed to have disappeared. The surroundings were clearly pitch black, and it was still snowing outside. However, a wave of warmth rose in the hearts of the two, causing the surrounding atmosphere to have a trace of ambiguity, accompanied by a little bit of warmth. Asuna didn't say anything for a long time when she felt the solid body on her thighs. Her melancholy disappeared, and it was replaced by a faint panic. Asuna didn't dare to say anything, she didn't even dare to lower her head. She was afraid to look into those wine-red eyes that made her heart flutter. Wu Yan and Asuna didn't say anything as they waited inside the crystal. Wu Yan and Asuna didn't say anything, they just waited patiently for something to happen. After some time, Asuna's eyes started to drift away. The silence made her feel a little uncomfortable. Asuna mustered up her courage and slowly moved her eyes to the bottom of her body. But when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Wu Yan, who is lying on her knees, closed his eyes. His breathing is even and his chest is heaving up and down. His expression is calm and peaceful. It's obvious that he's asleep. Asuna stared blankly at the sleeping face in front of her, and after a long time, she burst out laughing. Come on, I was thinking so much while you fell asleep on your own. Asuna poked Wu Yan's cheeks in a displeased manner. Don't you think I'm stupid? Feeling itchy, Wu Yan furrowed his brows and he mumbled something. Asuna quickly pulled her hand back and she went back to sleep. She breathed out softly. Asuna looked at Wu Yan's face in a daze, she couldn't help but reach out her hand and touch Wu Yan's cheek. So there are people in this world who can make such an expression. Asuna murmured, her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on Wu Yan's body. Why do you have such a comfortable expression? Asuna mocked. On the other hand, even when I'm sleeping, I'm worried that I'm going to die in the hands of some monster. I don't think there is anyone in this world who can sleep as comfortably as you do, right? Asuna kept talking to Wu Yan while he was sleeping. She said all the things that she didn't dare to say out loud: worry, uneasiness, sadness, lamentation. Unknowingly, everything that happened in Sao over the past 2 years was recounted by Asuna. Her soft voice echoed in the room. There was no one around. Asuna could only speak her mind at times like this. Memories began to surface in Asuna's mind as she spoke. She felt that the memories that she couldn't bear to look back on didn't seem as scary as they used to be when she was talking about them. What Asuna didn't know was that the moment she started talking, the man on her thighs started to breathe more heavily. Asuna didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe she was tired. She stopped talking, her eyelids fluttered a few times, and finally, she couldn't hold back her sleepiness and fell asleep. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan opened his eyes. He gently sat up and let Asuna lean on his chest. He took out a coat and put it on both of them. Chapter 677. In her dream, Asuna felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring. Her body was warm and comfortable. She felt a sense of security from the bottom of her heart. She slept soundly, and she even dreamt of living happily in another world. However, the sweet dream came and went quickly. Perhaps because she had enough sleep, her drowsiness started to fade away. Asuna's eyelids trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the same snow and crystals as before, and there was a big black hole right in front of her. Asuna wanted to stretch her body lazily, but as soon as she moved, she realized that she was covered by a coat, and her body was being hugged by a hand. Asuna was shocked. She reflexively turned her head to the side, but what she saw made her freeze. Wu Yan, who was supposed to be resting on her thighs, came to her side and hugged her body. Her head was resting on his shoulder, and the two of them were curled up together. They were sharing a coat and it was draped over their bodies. Asuna lost her ability to think and her face started to flush. Asuna didn't react at all. She just faced Wu Yan with her flushed face. Their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart. She could even feel his breath on her face. They looked like a couple who were about to kiss. The atmosphere was pink. After a while, Asuna finally reacted. Her chestnut-colored eyes panicked. She subconsciously moved her head away from Wu Yan's face. Then, she took a few deep breaths and suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart. She glanced at Wu Yan. Asuna hesitated for a moment, then she reached out her hand and pushed him. "Hey, wake up, if it was any other time." With Wu Yan's vigilance, Asuna would have woken up at the same time. She would have woken up after the first movement. However, Wu Yan was sleeping like Asuna. Inexplicably, he slept so soundly that the body in his arms didn't wake up in time. It wasn't until Asuna woke him up that he abruptly woke up. "What the hell? You scared me." Wu Yan was relieved when he saw it was Asuna who woke him up. He complained and yawned. "It's not dawn yet. Why are you awake so early?" For someone like Wu Yan who loves to sleep in, waking up early is always a pain in the ass. "How dare you?" Asuna pursed her lips. Her eyes were filled with endless danger. "When are you going to stop hugging me?" Wu Yan was startled. He quickly let go of Asuna's waist and smiled awkwardly. "I was worried that you wouldn't sleep well." Asuna narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything until Wu Yan felt embarrassed. She didn't look away until Wu Yan said that she slept well in his arms. As if to prove that Wu Yan was lying, a ray of sunlight suddenly shined on their faces from the other side of the sky. It instantly attracted Wu Yan and Asuna's attention. With the appearance of the sun, its owner finally shyly emerged from the other side of the mountain, gradually revealing its full appearance. The dark clouds in the sky instantly converged into a golden color, and the originally pitch-black earth was also replaced with a different color. The white snow receded like the tide. Warmth filled the entire space. The world seemed to have come to life because of this. It was no longer lifeless but full of life. It caused people to feel as though they were in a dream. It no longer felt real. Wu Yan and Asuna didn't say anything for a long time. They didn't say anything, but the corners of their lips curled up. They were in a good mood. "It's so beautiful," Asuna murmured. "It's like a dream, it's not a dream." Wu Yan smiled gently. He picked up a handful of snow that didn't disperse in time. "The light is warm, the snow is cold, everything is so real, reality." Asuna lowered her head and touched the cold snow in a daze. "Is there real in this world?" "Yes, there is." Wu Yan looked at Asuna with a serious expression. "Even if feelings can be faked, bodies can be faked, and everything can be faked, memories can't be faked. We met in this world, we got along in this world, we got to know each other in this world. This is the truth that can't be faked. Meeting. Getting along. Knowing each other." Asuna looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes and said, "But it's only limited to this world, right? The world is small." Wu Yan stood up and patted the snow off his body. He smiled and said, "Since we met in this world, there must be a reason for us to meet again in the other world. I have always believed in this." Wu Yan couldn't help but think of the girls in the Spalier world. A faint smile appeared on his face. That's right, back in the dungeon world, he had a chance to meet them. Now, they had a reason to meet again. And they will be together forever. Asuna looked at the smile on Wu Yan's face. She felt a warm current flowing through her heart and it lingered for a long time. She was dazed for a moment before she smiled. Standing up from the ground, Asuna held the coat draped over her body with one hand and patted the snow off her body with the other. What you said is indeed very persuasive, because it's from the bottom of my heart. Wu Yan laughed. Asuna tightened her grip on the coat and looked at the sun in the distance. Actually, compared to meeting, getting along, and getting to know each other, I would rather. What did you say? Wu Yan turned his head in confusion while gazing into the distance. No, it's nothing. Asuna smiled. Her smile was full of happiness, the bitterness from before was gone. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded in the sky. A black shadow suddenly shot over from the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in the sky above the scene. With a turn, it shot into the deep pit in front of it. That's... Asuna cried out in surprise. It's the dragon. After the initial surprise, Asuna was shocked again. Shit. Liz and the others are still inside. As soon as she said that, a dragon's roar came from the pit and entered Wu Yan and Asuna's ears. Then, the crystal dragon appeared in front of them. It flew out of the pit and landed on the ground. They could clearly see two figures on the dragon's back. No way. Asuna pointed her finger at the back of the crystal dragon. Is that Kirito and Liz? Finally. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He already knew this would happen. We didn't waste the night waiting here. In the sky, the crystal dragon abruptly stopped in midair. Kirito and Liz, who were hanging on its back, were flung away due to inertia. Liz. Asuna was overjoyed to see Liz in one piece. She wanted to run over but Wu Yan stopped her. Wait, Asuna. Wu Yan stopped her. Asuna didn't have the time to go over but she saw the two figures in free fall hugging each other. Asuna's mouth gradually opened wide, and her expression became strange. Is Liz really? It's best if we don't disturb them. Wu Yan said with a smile. Asuna rolled her eyes at Wu Yan but she didn't go out. She looked at her best friend hugging Kirito tightly. Asuna revealed a beautiful smile. That's great. Liz. Chapter 678. Aincrad's 48th floor, Linda C., Lisbeth's weapon shop. Kirito and Liz looked at Wu Yan and Asuna who were smiling warmly in front of them. When did you guys get here? Kirito tilted his head and asked in confusion. Just now. The two answered in unison without any hesitation. Just now. Kirito sweated. Then can I ask what's with that weird expression on your face? Nothing. There's nothing. The two of them said in unison again. Kirito's mouth twitched, even Liz couldn't keep her cool. It's too weird, why are these two behaving so strangely? Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other and they couldn't help but laugh. Kirito and Liz didn't understand why they are laughing. But, the weird atmosphere dissipated when the two laughed. His gaze landed on the sword in Kirito's hand. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. It's a green-white one-handed sword. It's a beautiful one-handed sword. The blade is very thin, it's not as thin as Asuna's rapier, but it's as light as a piece of paper. The blade is shimmering with white light, and the hilt is green with a hint of silver. The overall design of the sword is gorgeous, and from the perspective of a sword, it's a bit extravagant. The guard is the same as the Heaven Gazer, but it's more beautiful. If the guard of the Heaven Gazer is a long strip, then the guard of the sword is a pair of wings. The guard of the sword is a pair of wings. Aside from its practicality, it's more than a dozen times better than the Heaven Gazer on the surface. The white sword, Dark Chaser. The one-handed sword Liz made herself, it's comparable to the Elucidator. Even if it's comparable to the Heaven Gazer, it's comparable to the Heaven Gazer. It's comparable to the Heaven Gazer. At this stage, it's definitely a godly weapon. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Kirito. Looks like I have another weapon to look for. Hearing this, Kirito shook his head and smiled bitterly, while Liz was stunned. Another weapon? Was there a solution? Liz looked at Wu Yan and Kirito, who was smiling bitterly. She suddenly realized something and turned to Wu Yan. Could it be that you want this weapon? Liz had been wondering why Kirito, who already had the elucidator, would want a weapon that was on par with the elucidator. If he wanted to change his weapon, he should have chosen a higher grade weapon, right? Currently, even though there were weapons of a higher grade, the players couldn't afford to equip them with their current levels. In other words, even if they had a weapon of a higher grade than the elucidator, they couldn't equip it. Liz couldn't understand why Kirito wanted another weapon. She thought Kirito needed her elucidator for a quest, but now it seems like the Dark Chaser was just a gift for someone else. Don't tell me you really want it? Liz pointed at Wu Yan with a doubtful look. She sounded a bit anxious. Of course, Liz's Dark Chaser contained her feelings for Kirito. In other words, it was like a token of love. But now, the love token that he created for Kirito was given to another person. How could that be? Kirito seemed to know what Liz was thinking. He glanced at the anxious Liz, who was glaring at him fiercely, and the bitter smile on his face deepened. Kirito raised the Dark Chaser and nodded. You're right, I didn't want this weapon. Liz's expression became even more anxious, she even felt a little wronged. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Kirito beat her to it. But not anymore. Kirito clicked his tongue and took off the elucidator from his back. He handed it to Wu Yan while the others were still in a daze. You can have this one. Huh? Wu Yan looked at the elucidator in surprise. He took it, blinked, and looked at Kirito. Are you sure? Isn't this the sword you've been using for a long time? That's true. Kirito stroked the Dark Chaser in his hand and glanced at Liz, who was smiling happily. But I have a reason why I must use this sword. Asuna looked back and forth between Kirito and Liz with interest. She smiled slyly. Are you guys really? Kirito turned his head away awkwardly. Liz, on the other hand, blushed a little and put her hands on her waist. That's right. I just confessed to Kirito. We're officially dating. Even though Wu Yan and Asuna saw this coming, they were still shocked by Liz's words. They stared at the smiling Liz and the awkward Kirito and they couldn't help but laugh. Asuna trotted to Liz's side and took her hand. Congratulations. Liz. Hee hee. Liz giggled. Asuna almost couldn't believe that the person in front of her wasn't her bossy and generous friend anymore. You're amazing. Wu Yan patted Kirito's shoulder and sighed. I can't believe you got conquered just like that. What do you mean by being taken down? Kirito tried to defend himself. Wu Yan, Asuna, and Liz rolled their eyes at him. Since Kirito and Liz are a couple, it's obvious that Liz is the one who's on top. This is unbelievable. Asuna stared at Kirito. You bastard, you're either at the front line or running around all day long. Other than the raid battles where you showed up, you've always been alone, haven't you? I didn't expect you to accept Liz. Kirito chuckled awkwardly. If that's the case, Wu Yan is also a lone wolf, right? Aren't you still clinging to him? Asuna and Liz turned around with a dangerous glint in their eyes. What did you say? Asuna's beautiful yet cold smile appeared on her face. Please say that again, I didn't hear you. Kirito broke out in a cold sweat. Liz grabbed Kirito's ear. Are you saying that I've been clinging to you? No. You misheard me. Kirito covered his ear and begged for mercy. Wu Yan observed a moment of silence for him. Kirito has a tough girlfriend and he's the one being confessed to. Looks like he's going to have a hard time in the future. In Kirito's eyes, Wu Yan looked like he's gloating over Asuna's misfortune. Kirito glanced at Asuna and he mumbled to himself. You'll be conquered sooner or later. Wu Yan couldn't hear Kirito's muttering. He was focused on the elucidator. Clang! Kirito, Asuna, and Liz shut their mouths at the same time. Wu Yan pulled the elucidator out of its scabbard and raised it in front of him. The black sword body was flickering with a faint silver luster, but the sharp edges were white. An icy cold light fluctuated from it, like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, hiding its sharp fangs, but it also caused people to be afraid. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan brandished his sword. He checked his current stats and the weight of elucidator. He couldn't help but laugh. As expected of a celestial weapon dropped by a floor 50 boss. Its stats are on par with his Heaven Gazer. In fact, its stats are much higher than his Heaven Gazer. No matter how strong his Heaven Gazer was, it was only a weapon dropped from the first floor. If he did not consider the enhanced and upgraded attributes, it could not compare to the elucidator at all. With the elucidator, Wu Yan can already foresee the increase in his own strength. Chapter 679. One day, early in the morning, warm light shone through the window into the living room, dispelling the cold air in the room. Little bits of vitality wandered around the room like sprites of spring, telling the owner of the room that it's a good day. However, for a certain someone, this kind of vigor was more like an alarm clock than a good weather forecast. Because of the good light, he had no choice but to climb out of his comfortable bed because his butt was directly basked in the sun. Walking out of the room, there are still some tears at the corner of his eyes, proving that he hasn't fully woken up from his slumber. His hand kept patting his mouth, yawning after yawn came out of his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that his clothes are still neat and his hair isn't messy, anyone would think that he's a sloppy person. Wu Yan sat on the sofa and lazily opened his personal interface. He tapped on it a few times, and a breakfast, a pot of black tea, and a piece of paper appeared on the table in front of him. In SAO, no matter how long a character sleeps, they won't get dirty. In the morning, there's no need to brush your teeth or wash your face. Even if you want to do that, there's no tool for you to do it. So, it's normal to eat breakfast in this world. After pouring a cup of black tea, Wu Yan picked up the breakfast and the paper in front of him. He ate his breakfast while looking at the paper. In this world, information is a very important thing. Without information, there's a lot of information that can't be obtained. Let's not talk about whether or not they can keep up with the development of the game. The fact that some low-level players don't know the current progress of the game is enough to make them panic. With information, the players won't be in a mess. That's why information merchants came into being. They're doing much better than some crafting class players. As long as they have good eyes and timely information, they can make money. They don't need to train their skills like crafting class players. It's quite easy. Of course, it varies from person to person. Every household had a copy of this paper every day. It was similar to the newspapers in the real world. With this, the players would not be kept in the dark and would not be clueless about what was going on. Even Wu Yan is no exception. He has to prepare a copy every day just in case he missed something important. It's just a couple of course questions anyway. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes kept rolling as he browsed through the latest information. Did they clear the 73rd floor? He blinked his mouth. Wu Yan swallowed the last bite of his breakfast and shook his head with a bitter smile. The clearers are quite nimble. I thought the monsters in the labyrinth area would give them a hard time. At this point, almost a quarter of Aincrad's floor has been cleared. As the players surged towards the higher floors, the levels of the monsters increased. Moreover, after the 70th floor, the number of irregular monsters increased. Their attack patterns also became more complex, causing the monsters on the 70th floor and above to be filled with uncertainty and surprise. They're very difficult to deal with. Even Kirito has been complaining to him that he's reaching his limit. Maybe he'll reach his limit in a while. He has no choice but to join a guild. Other than Kirito, Wu Yan is probably the only player capable of going solo at the front line. Luckily, for Wu Yan, the front line isn't enough to give him any pressure, even if he doesn't use dual blade Ryu. Although he didn't go on a rampage in every floor of the labyrinth like he used to, he didn't have much to fear as he has the healing fairies around him. For example, he killed the 72nd floor's boss without using dual sword stream. For the time being, Wu Yan doesn't feel as pressured as Kirito. It's also because of this that Wu Yan thought the clearers would need some time to clear the entire labyrinth area so that they can find the boss room. Who would have thought that the plan wouldn't be able to keep up with the changes? Maybe my battle record has stimulated them. Wu Yan pursed his lips and tossed the paper in his hand onto the table. He then started sipping on his black tea. In the original work, Kirito discovered Heathcliff's identity on the 75th floor and caused the final battle to be brought forward. But now, Kirito doesn't have dual sword stream anymore and he's not as close to Asuna as he was in the original work. I don't think he'll get involved with Heathcliff anymore, right? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel worried. After all, they've already cleared the 73rd floor and the 74th floor is just around the corner. Once they clear the 74th floor, they'll reach the 75th floor. With the current situation, the chances of Kirito discovering Heathcliff's identity are close to zero. There's nothing to worry about. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. He then chuckled. Plus, he's dating Liz right now. He doesn't have time to get involved in the affairs of the major guilds. Speaking of Kirito, Wu Yan recalled that in the original work, there's a chowder rabbit in the forest not far from the 74th floor labyrinth area. It drops S-rank super rare ingredients. S-rank super rare ingredients. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. He's had a lot of rare ingredients and he's eaten a lot of them, but he's never tried an S-rank super rare ingredient. In the original work, super rare grade S ingredients only appeared once in the early and late stages of SAO. Although he didn't know if there would be more after the 75th floor, it would be a waste of time if he didn't get it now. Wu Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up and walked towards the door. Aincrad's 74th floor, outside the labyrinth area. Wu Yan walked into a forest outside the labyrinth area with his heaven gazer sword on his back and his black robe fluttering in the wind. He kept looking around, trying to find something. The original work didn't mention the exact location of the S-rank super rare ingredient, but Wu Yan vaguely remembered that Kirito found it in a forest after he came back from the labyrinth area. Although that chowder rabbit might very well be something that spawned later on and hasn't appeared yet, but for the sake of an S-class rare ingredient, he doesn't mind spending some time to gamble on his luck. It's not like he's in a hurry. Wu Yan walked through the silent forest. Other than the sounds of birds and insects, there's only the rustling sound of his footsteps. Wu Yan can hear anything within 100 meters of him. This is undoubtedly an advantage. He walked round after round, he strolled around again and again, he even went back to the same places he had walked before 2 or 3 times, but he still couldn't find the chowder rabbit. Even if he was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit disheartened. As time passed, Wu Yan started to get impatient. Maybe I should follow Kirito the next time he comes out. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a strange sound rang out, causing him to stop in his tracks. Am I that lucky? Wu Yan slowly turned his head to look at the source of the noise. A pair of shaking rabbit ears entered Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan grinned, he grinned happily and he grinned proudly. His leg that was frozen in midair turned around and stomped down with all his might. The figure flashed forward, bringing with it the sound of a strong wind that reverberated clearly in the air. The owner of the rabbit ears was immediately frightened. The figure jumped out from behind the bushes and into the air. As it jumped, a large hand blocked its path, as if it had already predicted its trajectory, and directly grabbed the rabbit that had delivered itself to its doorstep. You! Ha ha ha! Chapter 680. Generally speaking, monsters that have a 100% chance of dropping food ingredients have no level or combat power, just like animals in the real world. They are very rare and only have some special escape methods. If players want to get rare food ingredients from them, they will need a lot of luck. Monsters that have a 100% chance of dropping food ingredients are either very good at escaping or very limited in number. The chowder rabbit that can drop a super rare grade S food ingredient is one of these monsters. Compared to monsters with levels and combat power, the chowder rabbit is more like an animal. However, due to its rarity and the level of its food ingredients, players who want to get their hands on it are no less than those who want to get their hands on a piece of rare equipment. The price of the chowder rabbit is much higher than some of the better equipment. That's because the chowder rabbit is probably the only super rare grade S food ingredient in SAO. Of course, it doesn't mean that some monsters with levels can't drop food ingredients 100% of the time. However, compared to the super rare grade S food ingredient, most players would prefer the super rare grade S food ingredient because the super rare grade S food ingredient is much safer. After capturing the chowder rabbit, Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry to kill it. At least, based on the original story, there's only one chowder rabbit that can drop a super rare grade S food ingredient. If he killed it casually, it wouldn't be memorable. Wu Yan observed the chowder rabbit in his hand with great interest. The chowder rabbit seemed to have intelligence. It knew that it couldn't break free from Wu Yan's hand, so it used its blood-red eyes to threaten Wu Yan. It tried to bluff, and its sharp beak kept rubbing against Wu Yan's hand. It looked like a dog that would bite at any moment. Wu Yan was amused by the chowder rabbit's behavior. He had to admit that the chowder rabbit's behavior didn't look fierce at all. Instead, it looked funny. However, the chowder rabbit's action surprised Wu Yan. Is there some kind of AI controlling it? Wu Yan smiled and shook his head. He took out a small needle from his item slot and mercilessly stabbed the chowder rabbit. Eek! The chowder rabbit cried out in pain. Under Wu Yan's attack, its HP did not decrease in the slightest, but it was inflicted with a debuff, paralysis. The chowder rabbit stiffened. His forelimbs began to soften and his eyelids became heavy. Just like that, his body drooped as Wu Yan grabbed his rabbit ears. He could no longer move. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He carried the bunny's ears and walked towards the nearest town. If it was an ordinary player. Since he had a super rare grade S ingredient in his hand, he would have probably used the teleportation crystal to escape back to the town. A man's wealth is his own ruin. SAO was never short of bandits who would kill and rob. For safety's sake, Zhang Yang decided to take the risk. Even the most expensive crystal items would be used. What's more, S-grade super rare ingredients, if exchanged for money, would be enough to buy dozens or even hundreds of crystal items. There was no player who wouldn't know how to choose. Only the daring Wu Yan would be able to carry a chowder rabbit in broad daylight and wander around the area. Aincrad 74th floor, Camdetto, this is the town closest to the labyrinth area's tower. It's about half an hour's walk towards the tower to reach the labyrinth area. There's only a forest between the two places, since the 74th floor was the highest floor they had reached so far, only top-tier players would be active here. Those who were not strong enough would not even dare to come here. Some of the more cautious top-tier players would even start out in the fields. As a result, the town closest to the labyrinth area was relatively empty for the time being. Of course. In the next instant, the situation was completely different. At the Transfer Gate Plaza, a circular lake light suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire platform. Following that, one figure after another walked out and lined up in front of the plaza. Moreover, all of them were dressed in the same way. The group that appeared in the plaza attracted the attention of several players. Based on their discipline and attire, it's obvious they're from the same guild. When the last player walked out of the teleportation gate, there was already a group of about 50 people lined up in front of the plaza. They were all wearing white armor with red edges and a majestic cloak on their shoulders. In SAO, there's only one guild that has such attire. Knights of the Blood. Not long after, a beautiful girl with chestnut-colored hair also walked out of the teleportation gate. Behind her was a ponytailed follower with a skull face. One was beautiful to the extreme while the other was lacking in looks. The contrast between beauty and ugliness was undoubtedly huge. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't dare to follow behind the former. However, this person's face was full of righteousness and he didn't have any self-awareness at all. When the Knights of the Blood team saw the girl walking out of the teleportation gate, they immediately held their heads high. Asuna-sama. Asuna gently nodded in response to her subordinate's words. Asuna looked more dignified than usual. She had a serious expression on her face, which made her beautiful face look even colder. It made people feel inferior and afraid to get close to her. In front of outsiders, Asuna always had this cold expression on her face. It's a stark contrast to the smile she always puts on in front of Wu Yan. That's the difference in treatment. Some of the people in front of Asuna have known her since she joined Knights of the Blood. However, in Asuna's eyes, they're just outsiders, including the leader of Knights of the Blood. Asuna only treats Wu Yan, Liz, and Silica, the cute girl who left a good impression on her even though she didn't see her often. As for the rest, there's no one else in this world that can make Asuna treat them with sincerity. The reason Asuna brought the Knights of the Blood here today was to challenge the labyrinth area. The monsters on the 70th floor and above are no longer the same as they used to be. The monsters on the 70th floor and above are much more difficult than they used to be. That's why Asuna brought so many people to challenge the labyrinth area. She wanted to know the exact strength of the monsters on the 74th floor. She wanted to know the exact strength of the monsters on the 74th floor. That way, they wouldn't be short on manpower when the time comes. Asuna glanced at the Knights of the Blood members. Wherever she looked, the Knights of the Blood members puffed out their chests and looked radiant. They wanted to leave a good impression on Asuna, but all they got in return was a cold stare. "Let's go," Asuna said softly. "Yes, ma'am." While the Knights of the Blood were walking towards the labyrinth, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The Knights of the Blood froze on the spot. "That's..." someone shouted in surprise. "It's the Fey swordsman." The Knights of the Blood panicked. They looked at each other in confusion. They didn't expect to see such a legendary figure here. Unlike the others, Asuna was stunned for a moment before the cold expression on her face melted away. A smile appeared on her face, but when she saw the chowder rabbit in Wu Yan's hand, her smile froze. Wu Yan noticed the Knights of the Blood Oath blocking the road ahead. He also noticed Asuna. "Yo, Asuna." Wu Yan waved the rabbit in his hand as if he was greeting her. "You're here too?" Asuna ignored Wu Yan's words. Her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on the chowder rabbit in Wu Yan's hand. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Wu Yan was stunned by Asuna's reaction. He cursed in his mind when he realized what happened. Chapter 681. Asuna has been visiting him for a long time, so how could Wu Yan not know what's going on with Asuna's expression? Asuna might look majestic and beautiful on the outside, but Wu Yan is 100% sure that her hidden attribute is that she's a glutton. Now, Asuna must have recognized the chowder rabbit in his hand. As an S-grade super rare ingredient, how could Asuna, who was a hidden foodie, not be tempted? Wu Yan quickly hid the chowder rabbit behind his back and looked at Asuna vigilantly. When the chowder rabbit disappeared from her sight, Asuna finally came back to her senses. That. Don't tell me. Asuna's eyes trembled, her face was filled with excitement. She said in disbelief, "Chowder rabbit? S-grade ingredient?" When the words S-grade ingredient entered the ears of everyone present, it caused the whispers that had been faintly echoing to abruptly quieten down. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the excited Asuna. He knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He sighed and took out the chowder rabbit. "As expected of you, you recognized it at first glance, really?" Asuna stared at the chowder rabbit and said with a hint of envy, "You actually got an S-grade ingredient, it's just luck." Wu Yan said, humbly. Others might not be able to see the pride on his face, but Asuna, who has been with Wu Yan for a long time, could see it. If it was the usual Asuna, she would definitely give Wu Yan a blow or two. But now, she didn't have such thoughts. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan with a smile. She looked unusually sweet. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, Asuna continued to smile. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, Asuna's smile disappeared. Wu Yan broke out in cold sweat, Asuna's eyes turned sharp. Wu Yan was defeated. Wu Yan shrugged sadly. He forced a smile and said to Asuna, "Why don't we eat together, sure?" Before Wu Yan could finish, Asuna grinned from ear to ear. It's obvious that she said, "Sure." She had been brewing in her stomach for a long time. The Knights of the Blood standing behind Asuna finally realized what was going on. It seems like Asuna wants to have a meal with the Fey swordsman Wu Yan. Looking at Asuna's smiling face, the members of the Knights of the Blood almost exploded in their hearts. She was willing to lower herself for an S-rank ingredient. Is she still our vice leader who is known as the Ghost of Strategy? S-grade ingredients might be rare, but in the eyes of the Knights of the Blood, their noble and sacred Asuna wouldn't be moved by such a tacky item. Right? As the vice leader of the Knights of the Blood, Asuna shouldn't be short of money. Is she after the taste of the S-grade ingredient? How is that possible? The Knights of the Blood didn't know that their guess was correct, Asuna-sama. At this moment, a discordant voice came from behind Asuna. The smile on Asuna's face disappeared when she heard the voice. Her expression darkened and turned a little ugly. Wu Yan frowned and turned to the source of the voice. Wu Yan paused for a moment before smiling. His smile was quite intriguing. The owner of the voice was none other than the skeletal face that had been following behind Asuna like a servant. Wu Yan recognized this guy the moment he saw him. What a weirdo. Wu Yan only knew one person in Sao, Kuradil. Kuradil was the one who had twisted feelings for Asuna in the original work and tried to kill the main character Kirito. Moreover, his previous self was a member of Smiling Coffin, a red name guild whose members killed other players for fun. In the end, he was annihilated by a team of 50 clearers. In short, Kuradil was an evil player who pretended to be good on the outside but had a twisted personality on the inside. Based on the current situation, Wu Yan more or less knew what was going to happen next. Kuradil. Asuna's face was tense as she turned to look at Kuradil. Asuna's expression showed that she didn't have a good impression of Kuradil. What's the matter? Asuna-sama. Kuradil glanced at Wu Yan, who had an intriguing smile on his face. Kuradil's heart skipped a beat, but he still stepped forward and said to Asuna, "It's about time to depart." Asuna remembered that she still has to lead the team into the labyrinth. Wu Yan blinked and looked at Asuna. "Don't tell me you have a guild event?" "Yes." Asuna nodded helplessly. Wu Yan smiled happily. "That's a shame," Wu Yan said with a grin. There wasn't a hint of regret in his tone. Instead, he was overjoyed. "Era." Asuna chuckled a few times and tilted her head. "Just because I don't have time now doesn't mean I don't have time tonight." "Hey, Yan-kun." Asuna leaned closer to Wu Yan with a smile. "You'll save some delicious food for a rare guest, right?" "A rare guest? You're a foodie who comes to me for food every other day. You're a rare guest." Wu Yan resisted the urge to go hysterical. His face reddened as he turned his head away and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Ah. I'll save some for you. Don't worry, Asuna-sama. Thank you very much." Asuna smiled slyly and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. "I'm looking forward to your hospitality tonight." Asuna waved at Wu Yan and walked towards the labyrinth area. The Knights of the Blood quickly followed her. Wu Yan shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze sweep across his body. His pupils turned and the smile on his face turned into a sneer. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Kuradil. Kuradil looked away and ran behind Asuna. Grinning, Wu Yan stretched his back and started mumbling. I hope you don't mess with me. I'm not as nice as Kirito and Asuna. On the other side, Kuradil moved closer to Asuna. Asuna-sama, how can you just go to someone's house? It's dangerous. Kuradil may not be a pushover, but he's not an idiot either. He knows that he has no chance of winning against a legendary character like Wu Yan. That's why he suppressed his displeasure when he saw Wu Yan and Asuna getting into a heated fight. But now that he's gone, he's starting to make things difficult for Wu Yan. Sometimes, being too famous isn't a good thing. Asuna had some unpleasant incidents in the past. That's why the Knights of the Blood assigned Asuna a bodyguard. Kuradil was Asuna's bodyguard. Usually, Kuradil would use his authority to meddle in Asuna's private affairs. Obviously, he was doing the same now. Asuna's eyes flashed with disgust when she heard Kuradil's words. But she quickly hid it. Kuradil. Asuna stopped and slowly turned her head to the side. He's a legendary character who defeated our leader fair and square. Do you think he'd do something so despicable? Asuna-sama. Kuradil raised his voice and said righteously, no matter how legendary he is, he's still a solo player. These solo players are very selfish. They only care about themselves because they have some skill. They're not worthy of your friendship. You. Asuna's eyes narrowed. Her expression turned cold. How dare he speak ill of her? Asuna looked at Kuradil coldly. She didn't say anything and walked away. Chapter 682. It's not just because the food itself isn't as profitable as CR coins, it's also because the level of the food is too high. Without a certain level of cooking skill, it's impossible to process this kind of food. Messing around with it will only turn the precious S-grade food into a pile of charred coal. Up until now, none of the professional chefs that the players knew had the ability to process such S-grade super-rare ingredients. Even if they wanted to taste the S-grade super-rare ingredients, they couldn't do it. Of course, Wu Yan has already maxed out his cooking skill, so this isn't a problem at all. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to go home and cook the chowder rabbit, but he didn't expect Asuna, the foodie, to bump into him. Under Asuna's threat, Wu Yan had to suppress his impatience and save the chowder rabbit for tonight. Because of this, Wu Yan had plenty of time to go to the market. In order to not waste this S-grade super-rare ingredient, Wu Yan planned to use the best side dishes and condiments as a side dish. Therefore, Wu Yan first went to the market on the 50th floor and bought a lot of ingredients. He then went to buy some herbs, potions, and other ingredients to mix with some seasoning. By the time he was done, the sky was almost dark. Wu Yan put away the day's harvest, including the S-grade super-rare ingredients he got from the chowder rabbit, into his item inventory. He then looked up at the sky. Asuna should be back soon, right? Wu Yan muttered to himself. He shook his head with a bitter smile and cursed in his mind. I should have just killed the chowder rabbit. What's wrong with me that made me want to keep it as a souvenir? Asuna's hidden attribute is that she's a foodie, but strictly speaking, she's only half a foodie. She likes delicious food. Her appetite isn't that big, but now that she has an S-grade ingredient, she won't stop until she's finished half of it. He bitterly smiled again. Wu Yan had no choice but to accept his fate. He walked towards the teleport gate plaza. Let's go back, Ein grunt. 22nd floor. Wu Yan walked along the wooden path, and it didn't take long for his wooden house to appear in front of him. To Wu Yan's surprise, Asuna is standing in front of her house with her arms crossed behind her back. She's standing in front of her house with one foot tapping on the ground. Asuna? Wu Yan quickened his pace. Hearing the voice, Asuna turned around and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face became impatient. "You're too slow. You're even later than me." "Well, I spent a bit of time to buy some ingredients." Wu Yan opened the door and Asuna walked in like she's familiar with the place. She asked him while walking. "You're here to buy ingredients? You have a lot of ingredients, right? There's always something I don't have." Wu Yan turned on the light in the living room and sneered. "And because of someone's exploitation, I'm almost out of ingredients." Asuna rolled her eyes and sat on the sofa. "I don't know who was the one who said that girls should eat better. Why? Now I can't even get some ingredients from you? Didn't I give you the recipe?" "I have the recipe, I don't have the ingredients." Asuna nodded and smiled. "You don't lack money or ingredients anyway." Wu Yan smiled and sighed. "That's why my house became your exclusive restaurant. Don't make it sound like I'm here all the time." Asuna complained, but Wu Yan didn't hold back. "You're here all the time." Asuna choked, and then she started scolding Wu Yan. "It's all your fault. Who asked you to cook better than me?" "Huh?" Wu Yan was speechless. "What kind of reason is that?" "It's a legitimate reason." Asuna turned her head away. "Since your cooking is better than mine, of course I'll choose the one who eats better." "What a glutton, of course not." "Exactly. What are you talking about?" Asuna pursed her lips and put her hands on her waist. "I even sped up the raid and came here as soon as I finished, that means." Wu Yan looked at Asuna strangely. "You purposely left your subordinates behind just to come here and freeload off my food?" "I'm not here to eat." Asuna refuted with all her might. "You're the one who invited me here." Wu Yan's hands trembled and his legs went soft. He almost fell to the ground. "You're the one who threatened me." Seeing that Wu Yan didn't have anything else to say, Asuna showed a victorious smile. Wu Yan felt like all the energy in his body was draining away. "Are you okay? Leaving your subordinates behind?" Wu Yan raised his spirits and looked at Asuna meaningfully. "They seem to care a lot about me, including you, the vice leader." Asuna's smile slowly disappeared and turned into a heavy expression. She knew what I was talking about, so she lowered her head and tapped the ground with her heels. "When I was on my own, I encountered a few unpleasant incidents. Since then, the guild has sent a guard to protect me. It's Kuradil. Although I told them that I didn't need it, they used the guild's policy as an excuse. To be honest, I didn't want it to be like this." Asuna continued in a low voice. "In the past, our guild leader would personally invite the members of our guild one by one. But as the number of members increased, the members kept changing and the guild grew bigger and bigger. From the moment we were called the strongest guild, things started to get weird. In your words, it's not worth it." Asuna turned to Wu Yan and her eyes dimmed. Obviously, Asuna didn't like being in the Knights of the Blood. Wu Yan listened to Asuna quietly. When he saw her dimmed eyes, he shook his head and shrugged. "If you don't like being here, why don't you leave? It's not that easy." Asuna smiled bitterly. The title of Strongest Guild sounds amazing, but when it comes to strategy, our guild strength isn't that great. Every member of our guild is precious. Plus, I'm the vice leader and the person in charge of the strategy team. I'm more important than a normal guild member, so the higher-ups won't let me go. In other words. Wu Yan sat across from Asuna and looked into her beautiful eyes. "Do you want to leave the Knights of the Blood as well?" Asuna fell into silence. It's not that she doesn't want to answer, but she's conflicted. On one hand, if she wants to leave this world, she has to do everything she can to complete the strategy. From this point of view, it's more important for her to stay in the Knights of the Blood. On the other hand, Asuna isn't happy at all in the Knights of the Blood. Such a contradictory question exhausted Asuna both physically and mentally. Traces of heart-wrenching sadness began to surface in her eyes. Perhaps no one would have thought that the awe-inspiring, shining Asuna actually had such a weak side. Suddenly, a hand pressed on Asuna's head. She looked up in surprise and saw Wu Yan's smile that made her heart beat faster. "Don't worry about it." Wu Yan rubbed Asuna's head. "Don't forget, there's work and enjoyment in life." Asuna's heart melted when she heard his gentle voice. Chapter 683. Asuna lowered her head as Asuna's hand gently touched her head. Her originally complicated heart miraculously calmed down under the touch of Asuna's hand. "Sometimes I really envy you," Asuna said enviously. "You can live the life you want and enjoy it as much as you want. You have enough strength to rival the clearers and you don't have to worry about the clearers. Perhaps no one in Sao is happier than you, that's because you don't know how to enjoy life." Wu Yan sighed and said with a bit of displeasure. "Also, if it wasn't for the fact that the boss room is so hard to find, I wouldn't have let you clearers get there first." Asuna giggled and sighed. Actually, someone in the clearers suggested that in order to clear Sao as soon as possible, we should focus all our efforts on finding the boss room and provide you with the information about the boss room. "Oh?" Wu Yan's hand stopped on Asuna's head. "Then what happened?" "What happened?" "Because of the risk," Asuna said to Wu Yan. "This method might be able to clear Aincrad faster, but it's based on the condition that you have the ability to kill the boss alone. Almost no one in the clearers would believe that you can kill the boss alone all the time. The monsters in Aincrad would become stronger and stronger as the floors increased. After reaching the 70th floor, the pressure the players felt from the monsters would reach a whole new level. Almost every player knows that every 25th floor of Aincrad is a dividing line. After passing the 25th floor, the difficulty of clearing Aincrad will greatly increase. If the 70th floor and above is already this difficult, what about the 75th floor? At the end of the day, no matter how strong Wu Yan is, he's still a solo player. No one in the clearers would believe that he has the ability to kill the boss alone all the way up to the 100th floor. One day, Wu Yan won't be able to kill the boss alone. The clearers who spent all their efforts on finding the boss room will be reduced to mere spectators, and the boss will fall into a dead end. Everything will be over by then. The clearers naturally don't want to bet everything on Wu Yan. Also, if the clearers change their focus from clearing Aincrad to exploring, then not only will the clearers not be able to level up, they won't even be able to get benefits from the boss monsters. Who's going to feed the clearers then? Asuna turned to look at Wu Yan and said with a helpless tone. Coupled with the fact that Divine Dragon Alliance is a profit-oriented guild, this proposal will be left unsettled. That's a pity. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Although he said it was a pity, he didn't seem to feel that way at all. Asuna pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before turning around. "Yan, why don't you join a guild?" Asuna tilted her head in confusion. "If you join a guild, you'll be able to combine your strength with the clearers. That way, clearing Aincrad will be much easier, and you'll be able to work together to kill the boss. Wouldn't that be a lot safer? Why are you so insistent on going solo?" "Well..." Wu Yan rubbed his nose and said bitterly, "Maybe it's because I'm an unsociable person." Asuna frowned and said worriedly. "Aren't you afraid that something might happen that you can't handle alone? The monsters on the 70th floor and above aren't easy to deal with. You don't have to worry about that." Wu Yan smiled and patted Asuna's head, causing her to pout. "Do I look like someone who doesn't know what to do?" "Oh? Is that so?" Asuna raised her head and her chestnut-colored eyes flashed with a strange light. She suddenly said, "Then why don't you team up with me?" Wu Yan's hand froze on Asuna's head, followed by a smile on his face. Asuna's lips curled up when she saw Wu Yan's expression. Her gaze suddenly became oppressive, causing Wu Yan's heart to tremble. "If you team up with me, I don't think your unsociable personality will be triggered, right?" Asuna's body moved closer to Wu Yan, her head also moved closer to Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan was sitting on the armrest of the sofa. When Asuna moved closer, Wu Yan reflexively leaned back. But, Asuna kept moving closer and closer, forcing Wu Yan to keep leaning back. After a while, Wu Yan's waist is almost touching the sofa while Asuna is above him. It's a woman on top and a man on the bottom. Asuna. Wu Yan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He smiled awkwardly. I can really do it alone, speaking of which. Asuna raised her voice and looked down at Wu Yan with sharp eyes. It was because you suggested that I join a guild that I joined the Knights of the Blood Oath. Don't you think you should take responsibility for that? Take responsibility. Wu Yan gulped. He looked at Asuna's delicate face. He looked away awkwardly. Wu Yan weakly said. But, aren't you going to lead the guild members to the labyrinth area? Yes. That's to test the strength of the monsters on the 74th floor. Asuna smiled. If we follow you, we should be able to achieve our goal even better. I believe that even the commander wouldn't disagree with us, but... Wu Yan forced an ugly smile. Your guard will follow you, right? I don't think I can get along with him. Then don't bring him. Asuna made her choice without hesitation. What trouble? If you can't handle it, then Kuradil won't be able to do anything. He's no match for you. Wu Yan wasn't happy to hear Asuna's compliment. Asuna narrowed her eyes when Wu Yan didn't respond. Yan Kuan, you're the one who told me to enjoy life. Asuna said with a smile. You won't refuse such a small request, right? I won't be happy if you do. Wu Yan finally understood what it meant to be caught in a trap of one's own making. Looking at Asuna's firm expression, Wu Yan knew that if he didn't agree, they're going to part on bad terms and it's not going to be easy for them to meet again. Okay, I understand. Wu Yan nodded helplessly. I hope you can keep up with my progress. Asuna's eyes lit up when Wu Yan nodded. Her eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She opened her profile and sent a party request to Wu Yan. She then looked at Wu Yan nervously. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He accepted her request under her expectant gaze. That's great. Asuna cheered and jumped up. I'm finally in a party with you. Back on the first floor, Asuna kept an eye on Wu Yan when he said he couldn't find anyone to team up with him. She's been keeping an eye on him ever since. A year ago, when she met Wu Yan again, she learned from Sutta that Wu Yan is still a single person. She had an idea in her mind. She hoped that one day, she would be able to team up with Wu Yan. Now that this little idea had finally been realized, Asuna felt as if the clouds had finally parted and the moon had finally seen the light. She felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. Why are you so happy? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Asuna smiled happily. You don't understand. Chapter 684. Aincrad, 74th floor, Camdetto. After coming out of the portal, Wu Yan yawned and stood in front of the platform, waiting for Asuna's arrival. Last night, the two finished a table full of super rare grade S ingredients. After that, Wu Yan agreed to meet with Asuna today and sent her back to Selmbrook's house on the 61st floor. Wu Yan arrived a bit late due to his lazing in bed. He's already past the appointed time. Wu Yan was about to get scolded by Asuna when he didn't see her. Wu Yan was a bit surprised by the fact that he didn't see her. Asuna wasn't the kind of person who didn't keep her promise. In the past, Asuna would always arrive on time. She was the kind of person who would rather be early than late. Not showing up after the agreed time was something that had never happened before. Did Asuna leave in a fit of anger because I'm late? Wu Yan glanced at his party interface. He opened his profile and started tracking Asuna's location. In SAO, there's no time limit for forming a party. If they want to, they can stay in the same party for as long as they want to. Ever since they formed a party with Asuna last night, they haven't been in the same party, and members of the same party can track the location of other members of the same party. Not only parties can track each other's location, but they can also track each other's location if they're in the same party. Because of this, it's very important to have friends in SAO. If you accidentally log in someone with bad intentions, it's the same as selling your location to them. It's not a joke in this dangerous world. For example, Wu Yan only has Asuna, Kirito, Sachi, Xian, Silica, Sutta, and the 3 founding members of the Moonlit Black Cats in his friend list. There's no more than 10 people in his friend list. With a party and friends logging in, Wu Yan easily tracked down Asuna's location. To Wu Yan's surprise, Asuna isn't on the 74th floor, nor is she on the 55th floor, Granzum, the headquarters of the Knights of the Blood. She's on the 61st floor, Selmbrook. Is Asuna really late? Wu Yan rubbed his chin and scratched his cheeks. He looked at the location shown on the map. Suddenly, he remembered. In the original apartment, Asuna also formed a party with Kirito to explore the labyrinth. Her situation was similar to his, but she was entangled by her guard, Kuradil, on the second day. That's why she didn't arrive at the rendezvous point. Could it be that Kuradil's Asuna is entangled with Asuna's guard? The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yan felt it was possible. In the original apartment, Kuradil was watching Asuna's house even when she went home. If Asuna ran into him when she went out in the morning, she would have been entangled with him. Asuna didn't come back because she wanted to get rid of Kuradil. Furrowing his eyebrows, he turned towards the teleportation gate and he started thinking about something. In the original novel, Asuna jumped into the portal to get rid of Kuradil. She bumped into the main character of the original novel and got molested. Could it be that this time too? Wu Yan chuckled as he looked up at the portal platform. That's impossible, right? The portal in front of Wu Yan lit up, illuminating Wu Yan's stunned face. Then, a familiar figure flew out of the portal. Get out of the way. Staring blankly at the petite figure pouncing on him, his last thought was, it can't be that coincidental, right? Then he was hit by the soft human cannonball. Wu Yan reacted when he felt a soft touch on his body. He subconsciously reached out and hugged the body that was flying towards him. Mentally prepared, he steadied himself and forcefully resisted the weight on his body. He slid back for a distance before he managed to stop himself from falling to the ground. Phew. Wu Yan exhaled. Good thing I reacted fast enough. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. His mouth slowly widened and his face was filled with disbelief. His head stiffly moved downwards. When he saw his current situation, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could clearly see that the petite figure that was flying towards him was being carried in his arms in a princess carry position. The other party's face was still pressed against his chest at 0 distance. Perhaps it was because of the impact, the other party seemed to be a little dizzy. Her little head kept shaking, and it took a long time for her to recover. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that one of his hands was pressing against her chest and the other was pressing against her buttocks. Feeling the super comfortable sensation, touch, and softness coming from his hands, he looked at the beauty in his arms in a daze. After a while, he pulled a smile that looked uglier than a crying face. Really? It can't be that coincidental, right? Maybe Wu Yan is just having a stroke of bad luck. While he maintained this ambiguous position with his hands in heaven, the girl who came flying towards him to deliver him benefits finally came back to her senses in a blink of an eye. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them saying a word. Just like that, they stood in the middle of the teleportation gates plaza in a pose that was enough to cause a scandal. If it weren't for the fact that there were no other players present, this scene would have become the headline of tomorrow's newspaper. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he looked at the girl in his arms who is staring at him blankly. Realizing that if this goes on, things will get really bad. Holding the idea of dying early, he laughed dryly. Good morning. Asuna. His voice was like a clap of thunder that woke Asuna up. Asuna finally realized how bad her current situation is. She could feel the man's hands moving up and down her body. She could even feel the heat coming from his hands. She could even see the system notification that she had issued a protection order. This is clearly a violation of the rules of sexual harassment. If Asuna presses the OK button, Wu Yan will be instantly transferred to the Black Iron Palace's prison. Asuna's beautiful face slowly turned red, and her expression was one of extreme shame and anger. A few drops of tears hung from the corner of her eyes. Asuna's first reaction was not to press the OK button, but to let out a scream and slap him hard in the face. Slap. A crisp sound was heard. It wasn't the sound of a palm hitting a cheek, it was the sound of a hand grabbing another hand. Asuna. This is a misunderstanding. Wu Yan grabbed Asuna's hand and he placed it on the ground. He raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. You were the one who flew over, I was just catching you. Asuna immediately crossed her arms and took a few steps away from Wu Yan. She glared at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a pervert who was about to touch her. If Asuna's fans saw this, no matter how strong Wu Yan was, they would definitely challenge him. Wu Yan grinned sheepishly. He couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't in the wrong, but he was the one who took advantage of her. Whatever Asuna did to him was within reason, it's best if he didn't get into trouble with her. A murderous look appeared on Asuna's face. Asuna's expression kept changing. She looked like an executioner who was contemplating whether or not to draw her sword and kill someone. Her murderous look was mixed with a thick sense of shyness, which made Wu Yan's heart beat faster. This Asuna, she wouldn't throw me in jail as a pervert for sexual harassment, would she? Chapter 685. The two of them stood facing each other. One of them raised his hands in surrender with a look of embarrassment. The other crossed her arms in a defensive posture with a look of shame and anger. They were in a deadlock on the spot. But soon, on the transfer platform, a sudden bright light from the lake broke up the deadlock between the two of them. Asuna remembered something when she saw the flash of light. She didn't care that the person in front of her just took advantage of her. She quickly ran behind him and grabbed his clothes. She looked at the direction of the portal cautiously. Wu Yan didn't realize what was going on. He just stared blankly at Asuna's actions. A figure wearing white heavy armor with red edges appeared from the portal. Asuna's expression became even more vigilant when she saw the figure. Wu Yan was startled for a moment before he realized who it was. The person who came was Asuna's guard, Kuradil. Lady Asuna. Kuradil immediately noticed Asuna and Wu Yan as soon as he stepped out of the portal. His pupils shrank, but he pretended to be calm as he looked at Asuna. Lady Asuna, if you act on your own, it will cause me a lot of trouble. What do you mean act on my own? Asuna shouted angrily. There are no guild activities today and no raid quests. Don't I have the right to act on my own? Stop. Don't be so capricious, Lady Asuna. Kuradil waved the cloak on his back and walked down the portal platform. It's not like you don't know how dangerous it is for someone of your status to travel alone. That's why you have me as your bodyguard, isn't it? You don't have to. You don't have to tell me where I have to go. Asuna was angry at Kuradil's words. The guild doesn't say that I have to get permission from a guard like you to go anywhere, right? Why are you at my door so early in the morning? Early in the morning. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kuradil. Is this guy really spying on Asuna? I'm just doing this for your safety, Lady Asuna. Kuradil walked towards Asuna with a straight face. All in all, it's dangerous to be out there alone. Asuna, please follow me back to the guild headquarters. Kuradil did not care whether Asuna was willing or not and walked towards her. It seemed like he was planning to take her away by force. As Kuradil approached, Asuna's expression changed. She tightened her grip on Wu Yan's clothes and shrunk her body inwards. Kuradil, on the other hand, ignored her and continued walking forward. Just as Kurudil was about to reach Asuna, Wu Yan moved. He took a step forward and stood in front of Kurudil, looking at him calmly. Kurudil stopped in his tracks. Looking at Wu Yan's calm expression, Kurudil gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Do you intend to interfere with our guild's internal affairs?" If it had been anyone else who dared to stand in his way, Kurudil would have hurled insults at them. After all, he had done so many times before. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was no ordinary player. He was not even a top player. He was a legendary figure. The Fey swordsman, Wu Yan, is widely acknowledged as the strongest player in Sao. His battle record is comparable to that of the clearers. Not only is he capable of soloing a floor boss, he also has the second unique skill in Sao. Even if any one of these stories were scattered, it would be enough to become a distant legend for the players, not to mention when all of them were put together. No matter how arrogant Kurudil is, no matter how strong his background is, he doesn't dare to insult the person in front of him, at least not on the surface. Because he can't afford to offend him. Don't try to pin a crime on me. Wu Yan shrugged and his lips curled into a grin. I'm just trying to protect my friend from being bullied, bully. Kurudil was so angry that he started laughing. I am Asuna-sama's bodyguard, I am responsible for her safety, how dare you accuse me of bullying her? Bully? Have you ever seen a subordinate pressuring her superior? Wu Yan shifted his body to reveal Asuna, who was hiding behind him with a reluctant look on her face. Look at your vice leader, and look at yourself. I'm sure no one would doubt that you're bullying her, right? Yes. I'm doing this for Asuna-sama's safety. Kurudil shouted. For Asuna-sama's safety, even if you accuse me of disrespecting my superior, I will accept it. You. Asuna was disgusted by Kurudil's righteous attitude. Although she didn't know Kurudil's true colors, she would be the first to doubt his loyalty to her. Oh. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. You can't pin a crime on me, so now you're trying to put a tall hat on your head? You said you're doing this for Asuna's safety, right? Wu Yan took a step forward and his gaze sharpened. Kurudil was startled and took a step back. Then you can go back now. Wu Yan smiled. Today, I will be responsible for Asuna's safety. Wah. Kurudil's face turned gloomy. Are you trying to say that I don't have the ability to protect Asuna? Wu Yan continued with an expressionless face, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes. Kurudil opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Instead, his skeleton-like face turned red from suffocation. Wu Yan doesn't have the ability to protect Asuna. Although Kurudil wanted to say that, he knew he would become a laughingstock if he said it out loud. If even the Fey swordsman Wu Yan can't protect Asuna, then who else in Sao can? Kurudil? He's not even worthy of carrying Asuna's shoes. Kurudil might not know his place, but he's not an idiot. When the gap between him and Asuna is so big that he can't even imagine it, even if he doesn't know his place, he wouldn't dare to talk big. This is the deterrent effect Wu Yan's name has had in Sao for the past 2 years. Kurudil's face turned green, but Wu Yan only chuckled. Wu Yan grabbed Asuna's hand and said coldly to Kurudil. Asuna is with me today, you can report to the Knights of the Blood and tell Heathcliff that I said that. Wu Yan glanced at Kurudil. I'm sure Heathcliff will do me a favor. After that, Wu Yan ignored Kurudil's reaction and pulled Asuna towards the labyrinth. Kurudil's face contorted as he watched the two of them walk away holding hands. His body began to tremble, and an indescribable murderous intent appeared in his eyes. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. On the way to the labyrinth, Asuna walked beside Wu Yan. Her chestnut-colored eyes never left Wu Yan's body. It made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Asuna and looked at the direction of the town. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you should get rid of that kind of guard as soon as possible. Asuna stopped smiling, sighed, and pulled herself together. I don't want to think about that today, I'm here to enjoy life. Before Wu Yan could react, Asuna ran forward and looked at Wu Yan with a beautiful smile on her face. You're especially handsome today. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Chapter 686. Aincrad 74th floor, labyrinth area. In a corner of the stairs of the stone tower, a chestnut-colored figure was entangled with a skeleton monster wearing armor and wielding a sword and shield. Their figures were constantly crossing each other and dodging. Sounds of weapons clashing could be heard, reverberating above the entire space. Wu Yan was standing not too far away. He watched as Asuna dodged the skeleton monster's attacks like a dancing butterfly. He nodded with a hint of admiration in his eyes. In SAO, players have two main attributes, stamina and dexterity. Every player would receive a certain amount of free attribute points when they leveled up. These free attribute points allowed players to freely choose between strength or agility to receive a certain amount of boost. Of course, there are only two attributes, but the player's personal stats and abilities are a lot more. For example, poison resistance and so on. There's a whole bunch of abilities, and if it wasn't for this, Wu Yan wouldn't have been so confused when he first entered the game. These two basic attributes are very important. A player's choice of attribute points will determine their future path. There are no items that can reset their attribute points, so they have to be careful. Wu Yan himself put all his points into stamina. His speed is mainly due to his equipment. Asuna, on the other hand, put all her points into dexterity. Players who put all their points into dexterity have a bigger advantage when fighting monsters because they have enough speed to protect themselves. Although it takes a long time to kill a monster due to their lack of stamina, this doesn't apply to Asuna. Asuna's stabbing speed is much faster than normal players. Her stabbing speed is so fast that it can't be seen by the naked eye, making up for her lack of attack power. She can stab a dozen times in a second. Even if her attack power isn't high, it's still very effective when combined. Not to mention, Asuna's equipment also boosted her attack power. With a stable damage output and enough dexterity to deal with all kinds of situations, she might not be able to fight a boss monster. But against a monster like this, even with Wu Yan's eyes, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. After repelling the skeleton monster with a single attack, Asuna landed on the ground and shouted at Wu Yan without looking back. Yan, switch! After that, Asuna didn't care if Wu Yan heard her or not. He directly used a powerful assault sword technique with heavy attacks. The sword flashed with pink light and stabbed into the shield of the skeleton monster. Clang! A powerful force reverberated at the point of contact between the sword tip and the shield, and the skeleton monster's body trembled. Asuna couldn't help but be pushed back a few steps, but because she used a heavy sword skill, she couldn't move at all. Right at this moment, a figure flashed and instantly arrived behind the skeleton. Boom! Asuna's vision was blinded by the light of a sword skill. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. When she regained her vision, another sword skill flashed and the skeleton monster was sent flying. It let out a crisp cracking sound before it shattered into pieces. Asuna's mouth slowly turned into an O shape. Wu Yan glanced at the reward for killing the skeleton monster and walked to Asuna's side. He raised an eyebrow when he saw her expression. Why do you look like you just saw a ghost? Asuna finally reacted and she grabbed Wu Yan's collar. Wu Yan jumped in fright when he heard this. You just used two heavy sword skills, right? Wu Yan blinked and tilted his head in confusion. Yeah, is there a problem? Problem? That's a big problem. Asuna raised her voice and her expression became fierce. Why didn't you get stunned? In the game, after using a sword skill, the user will be stunned for a while. The higher the attack power of a sword skill or the more consecutive sword skills, the longer the stun time would be. Just like Asuna, she fell into a stun state after using a sword skill that dealt heavy damage. That's why switching in SAO is so important. When you're in a state of stun, switching with your party member can remove the monster's aggro, thus allowing your party member to recover from the stun. Of course, players could also increase their strength to reduce the duration of the stun. They could also chain their sword skills to achieve the maximum effect of their attacks and then fall into a stun state for a long time. However, no matter how much the stun time was reduced, the stun after using a sword skill would not disappear completely. There would still be a little stun. In addition, every sword skill had a cooldown. Hence, it was impossible for players to use the same sword skill twice within a short period. But just now, Wu Yan used 2 heavy sword skills. Even if the cooldown time is short, and the stun time is reduced because of his high stamina, there will be a short stun time between the 2 heavy sword skills. This short stun time is enough for the monster to catch the stun time and attack him. Once the monster attacks him, the second sword skill will be interrupted. Then, how did Wu Yan manage to avoid being hit by the monster after using the first heavy attack, thus allowing him to use the second heavy attack? That's what Asuna wanted to know. After hearing Asuna's question, Wu Yan understood why Asuna reacted this way. He immediately explained. I got stunned. Then why didn't the monster attack you? How could you use a heavy sword skill? That's because I dodged it. Dodged it? Asuna was dissatisfied. Are you kidding me? How can you dodge the monster's attack when you're stunned? It's actually a small trick. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. After looking around, Wu Yan found a lizard monster with a long sword and a shield. He turned around and looked at Asuna. You'll see later. After saying that, Wu Yan took a step forward and rushed toward the lizard monster. With a slight lift of the heaven gazer in his hand, a sword skill's light flashed, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, it attracted the monster's attention. But before it could react, the heaven gazer that carried the light with it crashed onto its body. Clang! As if on purpose, Wu Yan's attack deviated and landed on the lizardman monster's shield, pushing it a fair distance away. The lizardman monster roared and swung its katana at Wu Yan. Wu Yan fell into a state of paralysis, he couldn't move at all. Asuna raised her hands and covered her mouth. She couldn't believe what she saw. Because she saw Wu Yan dodge the monster's attack before it landed on Wu Yan. This is impossible. Asuna widened her eyes in disbelief. There's still time to stun. Before she could finish, another sword skill light flashed in front of her. Wu Yan landed another heavy attack on the monster and dodged it when it was stunned. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably scream that there's a bug in the game. But this time, Asuna had a look of realization. If one were to observe him closely, one would notice that after he used the sword skill, his body swayed a little just as he was about to enter a state of paralysis. Because of this, Wu Yan was able to dodge the monster's attack due to the inertia when he entered a state of paralysis. Asuna was speechless. What kind of audacity was this? Relying on the small movements of the body to avoid the opponent's attack and at the same time, slowing down the duration of the paralysis. This sounded very impressive, but one had to know that swinging the body to use the inertia before the monster attacked meant that when the monster attacked, it was very likely that when the monster attacked, instead of avoiding the attack, it was very likely that when the monster attacked, the player would collide with it. In other words, if you want to use this method, you must have super strong prediction skills. You must be able to predict the direction of the monster's attack. This is not something an average player can do. Chapter 687. Stiffness was a problem that the players had to pay attention to. After using a sword skill, the player would fall into a state of paralysis. During this period of time, the player would have lost all means to move. They would be unable to move. If they were not careful, it was very likely that they would receive a fatal blow. Normally, it would be fine if they were in a party. This was because when a player fell into a stunned state, the other party members could switch positions and take on the monster in the middle of the stunned state. That way, the player who had finished using the sword skill would be able to recover from the stunned state. However, at the same time, they did not dare to be careless. After all, standing still in the same spot was extremely dangerous. It was even more so for solo players. They did not have any teammates to switch to. They even had to hold back some of their sword skills. Generally, they would use sword skills with lower attack power so that the stun duration would not be too long. Then, they would slowly grind down the monster's HP. Finally, they would use sword skills that dealt heavy damage to end the stun. Therefore, the issue of stiffness had always been a problem that the players had to pay attention to. However, such a problem that had to be taken seriously had become a performance in Wu Yan's hands. At the front, Wu Yan had fully demonstrated to Asuna what it meant to be a super high level of technique. He was able to make the player's body stiffen like a dancer's pose. While he was stiffened, he was able to use the inertia to repeatedly dash forward, dodge left, dodge right, and leap backward. Other than the fact that he was stiffened, it was no different from a performance. And after the stiffness, Asuna was stunned by the continuous flashes of heavy attack sword skill effects. Asuna has seen Wu Yan in action before. Even though Wu Yan is a solo player, she saw him fight the first floor's boss, the Christmas special boss, and even his duel with Heathcliff. In the past, Wu Yan had already left a strong impression on Asuna, but today, Wu Yan taught her another lesson. The technique of using inertia to slow down the stiffness, and the incomparably powerful prediction ability. They were all telling Asuna this. He didn't just have brute force. With Wu Yan's frequent use of heavy sword skills, it did not take long for the lizardman's HP to hit rock bottom. A moment later, his body also disappeared. A crisp sound rang out. Turned into pieces. Wu Yan put away the heaven gazer and returned to Asuna's side. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the silly look on her face. How is it? Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. Asuna answered subconsciously. Then, he finally came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Yan, you're amazing. No wonder you could solo the boss. I used to think that it was because of your excellent equipment and the help of your familiar. Now, I know that your strength is due to your own strength, oh? Wu Yan looked at Asuna mockingly. Is our Flash Sama Asuna starting to worship me? Well, a little bit. Asuna replied noncommittally. Then, she added as if she felt that she might make someone too proud. Just a little bit. I still have to thank you. Wu Yan smiled. Even a little bit of worship from our Flash Sama is enough to make anyone jealous, that's why you have to perform better. Asuna pouted and walked forward. You'll be the vanguard. Hi. Vigwata, in the next operation, Wu Yan became the vanguard. Whenever a monster appears, Wu Yan will rush forward and hold the monster's aggro while Asuna will switch positions from time to time. With their cooperation, the monsters in the labyrinth area are as fragile as the monsters in the wild. They couldn't stop Wu Yan and Asuna's advance at all times. This wasn't the first time Asuna felt that she had found herself a strong teammate. Yesterday, when she led her party into the labyrinth area, the Knights of the Blood needed at least 4 to 5 players to hold off a single monster. Even the stronger guild members needed at least 3 players to hold off a single monster. Asuna had to team up with 2 other teammates to stabilize the situation in the labyrinth area. Who would have thought that after teaming up with Wu Yan, the 2 of them would be able to play the role of at least 5 people. Moreover, it's very safe, there won't be any accidents because even if there is an accident, Wu Yan can handle it. A godlike teammate. That's probably what players like Wu Yan are talking about. As the 2 moved forward, the monsters they encountered along the way died one after another. They turned the monsters into EXP and SOAR coins. Sometimes, the monsters would even drop items that surprised Wu Yan and Asuna. Their progress was fast, and the rewards were bountiful. For a while, the two of them were having a lot of fun. The labyrinth area is very large, but the monsters in the labyrinth area didn't give them any trouble at all. If there's anything the monsters brought them, it's the rewards. Asuna started to like the feeling of teaming up with Wu Yan. What I got in half a day is almost equivalent to what I usually get in 2 or 3 days. Asuna smiled happily as she looked at the items, coins, and EXP in her inventory. She seemed to be in a good mood. Although a large party could achieve the same progress as the two of them, but with more people in the party, the EXP and money gained would also be divided equally. Normally, Asuna wouldn't be able to enjoy the feeling of earning a lot of money, but today, she was able to enjoy the feeling of earning a lot of money. She has to admit that with a strong teammate like Wu Yan, it's a lot easier to clear the labyrinth. It's a pity that we didn't find the boss room. Wu Yan sighed as he recorded the map of the labyrinth. If the boss room was that easy to find, you wouldn't be complaining about the clearers stealing your kills. Asuna joked, but as soon as she finished her sentence, her laughter stopped abruptly. Wu Yan stopped and looked in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise, then he smiled and looked at Asuna who was standing next to him. What did you say just now? Asunaba clicked her tongue and finally uttered a sentence. You're not that lucky, are you? It's the boss room. That's right, the boss room. In front of them, there was only one path left. They were surrounded by dark rocks and mines, and it was as quiet as a forest at night. There were no more monsters in sight, only a flat oval door at the end of the path. In the labyrinth area, there were all kinds of environmental factors. There were high mountains, snowy plains, rocky plains, and winding corridors like this one. However, the only place that had a door was the room of the boss of the floor. Looking at the tall door in the distance, Wu Yan's lips curled into a happy smile. He slowly reached out his hand and touched the hilt of Heaven Gazer on his back. I see it, the boss of the 74th floor is mine. Asuna was shocked and looked at Wu Yan. You're not thinking of challenging the boss yourself, are you? Are you going to wait for the clearers to come and snatch it from me? Wu Yan said angrily. He was about to walk forward when Asuna grabbed his hand. No! Asuna shouted firmly. Absolutely not. Why? Wu Yan was shocked. I have the ability to solo the boss. That won't do. Asuna glared at Wu Yan. Who knows what will happen? I can't control you if you're alone, but now that you're in my party, I won't let you take the risk alone. Then, Asuna dragged Wu Yan in a different direction. She left him with one last sentence, followed by a scream of agony. Come back after you're done with your investigation. No. My boss. Chapter 688. Every floor, every labyrinth area has a safe zone similar to the town circle. Monsters won't appear around these safe zones, and even if monsters do appear, players won't be attacked as long as they are in the safe zone. Therefore, these safe zones are the resting places of the players who are clearing the labyrinth area. Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time in one of the safe zones. His tone was filled with resentment, and it annoyed Asuna who was sitting beside him. Hey, why are you so disappointed? Asuna turned her head away in dissatisfaction. The reward for killing the boss is great, but it shouldn't be necessary for you, right? The reward? The reward is secondary. Wu Yan said weakly, you won't understand. You won't understand the feeling of failure because someone else beat you to it, what? You make it sound like I'm forcing you. Asuna put her hands on her waist. It doesn't matter who kills the boss, the clearers aren't your enemies. Yes, you'd better buck up. Seeing Wu Yan's listless look, Asuna grabbed him by the waist and she twisted it with all her might. Ow! Wu Yan howled and almost jumped up from the ground. Are you trying to kill me? This kind of attack doesn't do any damage, it hurts. Then don't be so listless all the time. Asuna raised her chin and said in an annoyed tone, get over that stiffness. Give me back the promise of killing the monsters in the labyrinth area. I can take care of those monsters with ease too. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then, he turned to Asuna and he started trying to get on her good side. Hey, Asuna, just let me take on the boss. No. Asuna refused without hesitation, it's too dangerous. Why would it be dangerous? It's not like you don't know how strong I am. Wu Yan quickly followed up with a smile, he had no choice but to lower his head. Look, didn't I take care of the 72nd floor's guardian boss too? Of course I don't doubt your strength. Asuna lowered her head slightly. Her tone was a bit depressed. But what if there's an accident? Asuna is the person in charge of the clearers. It's not the first time she's faced a floor boss, so naturally, it's not the first time she's seen it with her own eyes. But because of a small accident, there were casualties. Asuna knows how strong Wu Yan is. He's so strong that she can only look up to him. But she's afraid. She's afraid that if something goes wrong, it will change her fate. The person who comforted her, cooked for her, and made her happy will die. Asuna can't imagine what would happen to her if that really happened. Asuna's depressed tone and gloomy expression made Wu Yan's smile fade. He sighed and pulled Asuna's hand up. Asuna was startled. She reflexively looked up at Wu Yan and saw that familiar smile. Don't worry. Wu Yan chuckled. His tone was firm. I'm not going to die. Asuna's eyes flickered. She looked down at her hand that's being held by Wu Yan. She turned her hand around and tightly held onto Wu Yan's hand. A smile appeared on her face. You said it, we've made a promise. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Yes, 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 we've made a promise. You can't lie to me. Who do you think I am? Wu Yan puffed up his chest and said confidently, do I look like someone who doesn't keep his promises? Asuna giggled. She grabbed onto Wu Yan's hand and placed it on her chest. You're the Fey swordsman, the strongest player in the world. Of course you're not an idiot. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and rolled his eyes. Then can I challenge the boss now? No. Just let me go, I'll just run away if things go south, okay? No means no. I don't care what you say. I won't do it. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. At this moment, in front of them, a wave of ripples suddenly entered their ears, as if someone had passed through a teleportation door. The two of them jumped in fright and quickly let go of their tightly clenched hands. Their faces were slightly red as they looked towards the source of the sound. The two of them were stunned at the same time. They saw a group of people wearing different styles but the same style of clothing walking over from the front. As they walked, they let out sighs of tiredness. It seemed like they had traveled a long way to reach this place. The leader of the group was wearing Japanese armor with a katana hanging from his waist. He looked like a samurai. Beside him was a pretty boy wearing a black leather coat and carrying a one-handed sword. Kirito? Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the pretty boy in the black leather coat. Huh. That's... Asuna looked at the samurai in Japanese armor. Klein from Furinkazan? Kirito looked up when he heard someone calling out to him. When he saw Wu Yan and Asuna, he gasped in surprise. Why are you guys here? Klein and the other members of Furinkazan were stunned when they saw Asuna standing next to Wu Yan. That's... Klein stuttered as he pointed at Asuna. Isn't that Miss Asuna? Klein looked at Asuna then Wu Yan. He couldn't wrap his head around what was going on. Fairy swordsman Wu Yan? Flash Asuna? They're together? Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Was it unusual for the two of them to team up together? Just as this thought appeared in their minds, someone revealed the answer for them. Why are you guys in the labyrinth together? Kirito tilted his head in confusion. Are you guys teaming up? That's too unusual. At this moment, the people from Elements also came back to their senses. Their expressions slowly became agitated. Isn't that Miss Asuna? Wah! Miss Asuna. The 5 Furinkazan members charged at Wu Yen and Asuna with lightning speed. The two didn't realize what was going on and they took a step back in unison. Hey! You guys! Klein shouted. Then, his expression changed and he ran over as well. Let me talk to Miss Asuna too. Klein, you. Kirito couldn't help but cover his eyes as if he had made a bad friend. Wu Yen shuddered at the sight of the 6 stinky men surrounding him. He quickly retreated. Asuna, on the other hand, is in the middle of the 6 stinky men. She put her hands in front of her to protect herself. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead and she had an embarrassed look on her face. Calm down. Asuna shouted but her voice was drowned out by the 6 men's shouts. She looked at Wu Yen for help. Wu Yen blinked and looked at the embarrassed Asuna with a smirk. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited for a good show. Helplessly, Asuna turned to look at Kirito. But instead of asking for help, she looked at him with a threatening gaze. Kirito, who was standing not far away, trembled and shouted. Hey, don't cross the line. Unfortunately, Kirito's voice had long been ignored by the old men in heat. You guys. Kirito was furious and rushed forward. Enough is enough. The 7 of them started to wrestle with each other. Chapter 689. While the 7 of them were messing around, Asuna was embarrassed, and Wu Yen was gloating over their misfortune. Suddenly, a series of metallic footsteps rang out. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned towards the source of the sound with furrowed brows. What they saw was a group of people wearing the same bronze metal armor and capes. Their equipment seemed to have been specially designed. They wore steel helmets with the edges pressed very low, making it impossible for the crowd to see their faces and expressions clearly. At this moment, the members of the party were marching in an orderly manner, as if they were all NPCs controlled by the system. However, they all had expressions on their faces as they gasped for breath. Wu Yen, Asuna, Kirito, Klein, and the rest of Furinkazan's members frowned when they saw the group's attire. The happy atmosphere froze. Their eyes flashed with annoyance. It's obvious that they don't have a good impression of these people. In SAO, the only people who would dress like a soldier are from the military. Wu Yen, Asuna, and Kirito looked at each other. Wu Yen was the only one who looked nonchalant. He didn't even bother to look at the military. He curled his lips and leaned against the rock behind him. He looked around in boredom. Klein furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at the members of the army, who were walking towards him from afar. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. Why are they here? Asuna's eyes were also filled with confusion. Previously, when we were raiding the 25th floor's guardian boss, we suffered heavy casualties. The army has already withdrawn from the front lines and prioritized strengthening the guild. So, they should be active on the first floor. Why are they at the front lines this time? Every 25 floors in Aincrad was a dividing line. The first floor, the 25th floor, the 75th floor, and the 100th floor. The bosses on these 4 floors were undeniably powerful, to the point that it was hard to fathom how powerful they were. The military reaped what they sowed. In order to compete with other guilds, they went to challenge the 25th floor's boss without careful investigation. As a result, the largest guild in SAO had to withdraw from the front lines and recuperate. It was also because of their example that the players began to realize that the bosses of the 1st and 25th floors were unreasonable compared to the bosses of the other floors. If the bosses of the normal floors were considered to be on par with the players in terms of strength, then the bosses of the 4 floors that were like the dividing line between the players and the other floors would be so powerful that it would be a burden to the players. That's why the clearers were able to clear the 50th floor with extreme caution. That's why the clearers were able to clear all the way up to the 74th floor. The military, on the other hand, has been leveling up on a safer floor ever since they suffered a lot of casualties. As for the front lines, they've long lost sight of them. If it wasn't for the resurrection item from the last Christmas event, the military would have given up on that event. It's not hard to imagine how surprised the military's sudden appearance on the 74th floor was. Under the crowd's gazes, the army slowly moved towards Kieran's side. When they reached the safe zone, the leader of the group turned around and shouted, "Hey! Hey! Everyone, take a break." As soon as he said that, the members of the military who were lined up neatly behind him heaved a sigh of relief. They slumped to the ground and didn't want to get up anymore. It's obvious that they've been exercising a lot before coming here. While the rest of the players slumped to the ground, the leader of the players turned his gaze to Wu Yan's group. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Wu Yan, but he quickly recovered. It's obvious that he recognized Wu Yan's identity. As if he's hesitating about something, he stood there for a moment before shifting his head to look at Wu Yan's position. Others couldn't see his expression, but if they did, they'd notice that his eyes were filled with dread. After all, after the last Christmas special event, almost every player knew that the Army and the Holy Spirit Alliance worked together to put pressure on the Fey swordsmen, only to be defeated in the end. Ever since then, the relationship between the two guilds has been strained. However, the leader of the players still came to the front and said to Kirito, "I am Lieutenant Colonel Kobats of the Aincrad Liberation Army." Many people, including Wu Yan and Asuna, snorted when they heard Kobats' self-introduction. Due to the fact that the army was too rigid in their ways, the players called them the army in order to mock them. Their real name was Aincrad's Liberation Army. Who would have thought that this guy would call himself a lieutenant colonel? Isn't he just admitting that he's being mocked by the players? Kirito didn't know what he's feeling, so he said. Kirito, a solo player, Kobats nodded lightly, and then his tone started to carry some unknown arrogance. "Have you guys reached the area in front of us?" Kirito shook his head and said. "No, we just got here, is that so?" Kobats said with a doubtful tone. Kirito, Klein, and Furinkazan's members were a bit annoyed. Asuna hesitated for a bit and said, "We got here early, so we've already explored the area ahead. We even recorded the map in front of the boss room." "Oh?" Kobats turned his head towards Asuna and extended his hand towards her in a matter-of-fact tone. "Then, please give us the map file." Other than Wu Yan, everyone else was shocked by Kobats' words. Klein yelled in a rough voice while pointing at Kobats. "Hey! You want us to give it to you for free? Do you know how hard it is to explore the labyrinth?" Kobats' face stiffened and he shouted without any self-awareness. "We are fighting to save the players from this world as soon as possible. So, for the sake of all players, it is your duty to help us." If he spoke shamelessly, it immediately made everyone present burn with anger. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He arrived in front of Kobats in an instant. He reached out with one hand and placed it on Kobats' neck. Beads of cold sweat started dripping down from Kobats' helmet. Only now did he remember that Wu Yan is still here. "Showing off your disgusting attitude in front of me." Wu Yan tightened his grip on Kobats' neck. "You've got guts, I. Kobats trembled and couldn't say a word. In SAO, there's no rule that says you'll lose HP if you suffocate, but Kobats felt like he's getting closer and closer to death. "Yen." Asuna grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Kobats. Her voice turned hostile. "I can give you the map file, but I hope you'll disappear from our sight." Asuna didn't ask for Wu Yan's opinion and shared her map file with Kobats. Wu Yan pursed his lips and let go of Kobat's neck. Kobat immediately ran away like he was running for his life. Chapter 690. Seeing Kobat leading the army out of the safe zone, everyone's eyes flashed with slight disdain. Although the name of the army was Aincrad's Liberation Army, they never participated in the Clearers raid after the 25th floor. Instead, they used the name of Glory to occupy the players' leveling spots and obtain some rare resources. Not only that, but they also claimed that they were doing it for the sake of the players, which made the players who were dissatisfied with the army not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. The army has been using this tactic for a long time, but ever since they suffered at the hands of Wu Yan during the Christmas event, the army has one more person they can't deal with on their blacklist. This is why Kobat didn't approach Wu Yan when he first saw him. If Wu Yan wasn't there, he would have used the army's tactic to get the resources they need. But the fact is, even if Wu Yan was there, Kobat would have done the same. It's easy to imagine how bad the army's behavior is. People who bully the weak and fear the weak, let alone the straightforward Klein, even Asuna, who usually doesn't care about such things, started to look down on them. Otherwise, Asuna wouldn't have said something like, "Disappear from my sight." In a normal situation, Klein pursed his lips after the army disappeared from his sight. Those guys, are they okay? Aside from Kobat, the rest of the army looked exhausted. It's too dangerous for them to move around the labyrinth in this state. If they don't know their limits and challenge the boss, Asuna seemed to have thought of this as well, and a worried look appeared on her face. They won't challenge the boss directly, right? Wu Yan coldly snickered. In the original work, these guys overestimated themselves and went to challenge the floor boss, resulting in casualties. Looking at the current situation, even with Wu Yan's deterrence, Kobat will still lead his party into the boss room. In other words, if something went wrong, the members of this army would be completely annihilated. Wu Yan didn't say those words out loud. He didn't have a good impression of the army. Plus, they're just asking for their own deaths. Why should he be concerned about whether they live or not when other people are asking for it? If it's someone else, even if he doesn't know them, Wu Yan would have done his best to save them out of kindness. But since it's these shameless guys, he doesn't care if they die. Wu Yan isn't as soft-hearted as Kirito and the others. His soft-heartedness varies from person to person. He's not a saint who treats people fairly. However, it's obvious that the others have different opinions. Let's go take a look. Kirito frowned and looked at Klein and the others. Klein and the others smiled and gave him a look of approval. Kirito smiled as well. Yen. Asuna tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve and looked into his eyes. Let's go take a look too. I'm worried. Are you going to be a good person too? Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Asuna sighed softly. I'm the one who provided the map. If something happens to them because of me, are you going to feel guilty? Wu Yan didn't know what to say. That's right. If he were to sell the labyrinth map file, he would be able to make a lot of money. Asuna gave it to someone else for free. Now that the other party is dead, she's feeling guilty about it. Wu Yan can't help but feel helpless about it. Asuna rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Anyway, let's go take a look. Fine. Wu Yan pulled a long face. He's not in a good mood. She didn't want to challenge the boss and now she's persuading him to go because of a bunch of annoying people. Is there anything worse than this in the world? Kirito was also confused. Speaking of which, why didn't you challenge the boss since you found it? Kirito looked at Wu Yan. With your strength and temper, there's no reason for you not to challenge the boss's room, right? Yeah, I didn't expect this either. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. But I have a housekeeper at home, what can I do? Hearing this, Kirito was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Asuna, whose face was starting to turn red, and smiled. You're right, with your personality as a housekeeper, I don't think he'd let you take the risk. Who's his housekeeper? Asuna glared at Kirito. Her blushing face and guilty tone revealed her true thoughts. Even Wu Yan was shocked. Heaven and earth can testify that he was just joking. Wu Yan, Asuna, Kirito, Klein, and Furinkazan made a total of 9 people. They followed the army into the labyrinth area. Crisp noises of the monsters' bodies shattering echoed in the surroundings, proving that the journey wasn't peaceful for the 9 of them. It also proved that the army didn't attack the monsters. Instead, they went past the monsters and headed deeper into the forest. Otherwise, the 9 of them wouldn't have picked up the monsters while following the army. This situation made everyone feel a little uneasy. Instead of dealing with these monsters, they went past them. This proved that their goal was not to conquer the labyrinth area. As they went deeper into the dungeon, Asuna realized that they were heading towards the boss's room. They're not really going to challenge the final boss, are they? Asuna couldn't believe what she was seeing. She tried to spot the army, but she was disappointed. I don't think so. Kirito mumbled. Maybe they used the teleportation crystal to go back, so they didn't clear the monsters. Before Kirito could finish his sentence, something strange happened. Ah! A miserable shriek suddenly resounded from the front and was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. It was like a giant hammer that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, ruthlessly striking the hearts of everyone present, causing their pupils to violently shrink. These bastards! Kirito gritted his teeth and rushed out. Yen. Asuna looked at Wu Yan anxiously. Wu Yan nodded. Let's go. Wu Yan and Asuna rushed out with Kirito. The 3 of them pushed their agility to the limit and turned into a gust of wind. Soon, the door to the boss's room appeared in front of them. However, their faces darkened when they saw it. That's because the door was already open. A bunch of idiots. Asuna bit her lips and increased her speed. In the next moment, the 3 of them appeared in front of the door and looked inside. What they saw made Kirito and Asuna's faces change drastically. From the entrance all the way to the inside, a flame-like path burned in a circular manner, embellishing the room with numerous fire lamps. The light blue flames illuminated the entire circular room, but the flames were abnormally cold, causing fear in people's hearts. In the middle of the room, there was a tall figure wrapped in bulging muscles. Its dark blue skin had a faint metallic luster to it. Above its chest was not a human head, but a goat's head. Its thick, curved horns stood tall from both sides of its head, and its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. It stood upright on the ground, its eyes burning with a bluish-white flame. It raised its head and let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire area. It was like a demon. Chapter 691. Blue and white flames sprayed out from the floor in a ring-shaped pattern. The boss had its back facing the door. Its ferocious mouth was spitting out fiery gas. In its right hand was a huge greatsword. It brandished the greatsword left and right, striking the ground on the opposite side. In front of it, there's a group of minuscule figures standing in front of it. It's the members of the army. Ah! 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 The greatswords mercilessly rained down on them, taking away their HP one by one. The army members had no choice but to fend off the onslaught. The disciplined and orderly formation that Wu Yan and Ko saw earlier was long gone. What was left behind were fearful screams and screams of terror. The boss is spitting out blue flames, and it's hitting everyone, causing their HP to drop again and again. Right now, none of the members of the army, including Kobats, have green HP, which means that they've lost half of their HP. On the other hand, the boss had a total of 4 HP bars, but not even the top bar had been emptied. Kirito and Asuna were stunned by this hellish scene. What are you doing? Kirito clenched his fist and shouted. What are you waiting for? Move. No. No. A member of the army screamed while holding a teleportation crystal in his hand. You can't use the crystal. Kirito and Asuna's body shook, and their faces froze. The crystal can't be used, which means the boss room is immune to crystals. How is this possible? Asuna covered her mouth and resisted the urge to retreat. Her body trembled as she watched the members of the army losing HP. In the past, there's never been a crystal immune zone in the boss room, but now, there's a fatal trap. Just like the time when they challenged the 25th floor's boss, it was still the members of the army who showed everyone how dangerous it was. With their lives, roar. The boss let out a furious roar and spat out a deadly breath. The breath hit the opposing army and blew them all away. What followed was a series of blood-curdling screams and their HP bars plummeting. Klein and the others have already caught up to them. They looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes were filled with fear and struggle. They wanted to save them, but they didn't dare to do it. Going up to rescue them would mean that they would have to go past the guardian boss, who had its back facing them. Only then would they be able to reach the army members. If that happened, they might be the ones who would die. They had to hesitate. Including Kirito. Including Asuna. While they were hesitating, in the next moment, a figure flew out from under the boss and flew into the air. His HP slowly decreased until it reached the bottom. It's Kobats. No. Don't. Asuna lowered her head, and her hand trembled. She wanted to grab the sword by her waist, but she couldn't. She screamed in pain. Wu Yen stared at Asuna. His eyes flashed with pain when he saw Asuna's reaction. Wu Yen looked at the members of the army who were struggling against the boss. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. Asuna, Kirito, and Klein heard his sigh clearly. Consider yourselves lucky. Wu Yan's figure started fading away. Asuna and the others felt a gust of wind blowing past them. Wu Yan's figure flashed past them and he rammed into the boss with a flash of sword light. Bam! A thunderous sound, like a heavy hammer striking a golden bell, reverberated throughout the room. The intense sound caused everyone to feel dizzy for a moment. Meanwhile, the boss's huge body was sent flying to a corner of the room, crashing into a wall. Kirito was overjoyed, and he quickly shouted at Klein and the others. Quick! Yen is attacking. This is the best chance to save them. It was only then that Klein and the others realized that the army members who were originally blocked by the boss were now unobstructed. Their faces immediately tensed up as they rushed towards the direction of the boss and led them towards the exit. Yen! Asuna yelled in the direction of the boss. Her face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry. Kirito also ran toward the army, and he shouted without looking back. With that guy's skills, the boss won't be able to do anything to him. Asuna didn't relax after hearing Kirito's words. She didn't move her eyes away from the boss, and she clenched her fists in front of her chest. Her heart was in her throat. Oh God, please don't let anything happen to him. Asuna's response was a deafening muffled sound, and two figures were sent flying. Wu Yen was sent flying, and he saw that his HP dropped by a small chunk. He turned around in the air to adjust his posture, and then he landed on one knee on the ground. Wu Yen held the Heaven Gazer in one hand, and he looked at the boss who was also sent flying, and he was struggling to get up. His expression was very serious. If you look closely, you'll see that Wu Yan's hand holding the Heaven Gazer is trembling. As expected of the 74th floor's boss. Wu Yen stood up and looked at the boss. In terms of strength, it's not something I can handle. Roar. As if answering Wu Yen, the boss roared with a ferocious expression. It opened its mouth wide, and a dense wave of energy came out of its mouth. Be careful. Asuna yelled. This boss has a special attack, huh? Kirito gritted his teeth, and he looked like he's in trouble. Wu Yen looked at the boss coldly, and he waved his hand to bring up his personal interface. He tapped on it a few times, and a small humanoid sprite appeared out of thin air and flew beside him. "It's a healing sprite." Asuna sighed in relief. The healing sprite can restore 20% of Wu Yan's HP every minute. With it, Wu Yan will be much safer. The boss seemed to be angered by Wu Yan's actions, and it spat out a deadly flame towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't retreat, he lowered his body and shot towards the boss like an arrow. Asuna and the others' hearts almost jumped out of their chests when they saw this. They watched in horror as Wu Yan rushed into the boss's attack. Wu Yan's HP dropped by a large chunk in a matter of seconds, and it's still dropping. Although it didn't drop to yellow, it's only a matter of time before it drops to yellow. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to it. He charged at the boss like a warrior who is ready to face death. He waved his hand in front of his face. At the entrance, everyone saw a blurry figure going against the flow of flames and charging towards the boss. There was also a faint flash of light, and then, they saw it, 2 beautiful arcs of light shot out from the boss's breath, and they danced in front of the blurry figure. Wherever the arcs of light passed, the boss's breath was cut in half, and then the arcs of light smashed into the boss's body. Bang! The boss was sent flying again, and Wu Yan's figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Wu Yan, they all gasped in shock. That's dual sword style. That's right. Wu Yan was holding a sword in each hand. Chapter 692. The little humanoid fairy drew a beautiful arc in the air, then circled above Wu Yan's head. At the same time, a flurry of snowflake-like particles fell on Wu Yan's body. In the next second, Wu Yan's HP bar, which had been reduced by 1/3, was restored to almost full. His body tilted slightly, and his hands tilted downwards. 2 black long swords of different sizes were held in his hands. One of them was as tall as a person and more than 1.7 meters long, while the other was about 1 meter long and about the same size as an ordinary longsword. However, the 2 swords were shining with an extraordinary luster. Heaven Gazer. Elucidator, the dual sword style, that Soren had kept for a long time, and he had not used it since the battle with Heathcliff, was finally going to be revealed once again. If Wu Yan was alone, he wouldn't mind taking his time with the boss. The boss may be stronger than him, but with the support of the healing fairy and the support of infinite arms refinement, even if he doesn't use dual blade stream, he is confident that he can kill the boss. But now, he was not alone here, and the number of accidents had increased by a lot. He did not care, but if something went wrong and Asuna and the others were implicated, Wu Yan would have no time to regret it. At this time, hiding his strength would only increase the number of unnecessary accidents. Therefore, even if it was just a little bit of uncertainty, Wu Yan decided to give it his all. Starburst Stream, Starburst Airflow / the Heaven Gazer, and Elucidator, in his hands flashed with a unique light effect unique to sword skills. Wu Yan took a step forward and stomped on the ground like a flash of light. When he reappeared, he was already in the air, floating in front of the boss. Wu Yan's eyes flashed fiercely. Bam! 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 Asuna looked at the dancing figure in a daze, her eyes were full of ripples. Kirito and the others widened their eyes and clenched their fists. Excitement could be seen on their faces. Bam! 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 Asuna! Bam! 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 Kirito. Bam. 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 Yen. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Bam. Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as getting hurt in SAO. Can't you see that my HP is full? How dare you? But I'm fine. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Bam. 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 Klein grabbed Wu Yan's head and rubbed it as hard as he could. As expected of the strongest player. It's not just for show. Is that the dual blade stream? That's so cool. Bam. Both of them are good friends. Why do I feel like you're no different from a normal monster in the wild? Kirito joked. Wu Yen curled his lips in disdain. Why don't you test the strength of a wild monster? You'll know. Bam. Bam. Kirito waved his hand. Seeing this, Klein laughed out loud. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and his smile slowly disappeared as he lowered his head. It's a shame that Kobats is dead. Everyone stopped smiling when they heard Klein's words. Wu Yen took a deep breath and he looked around at everyone. No matter what, it's our victory this time. Let's all be happy. You're right. Kirito, Klein, and the others smiled. Wu Yen nodded. Suddenly, he felt his shirt being pulled. Wu Yen turned around and saw Asuna's delicate face. I didn't get to enjoy life this time. Asuna pursed her lips and stared at Wu Yen. You have to take responsibility. Wu Yen was stunned. Chapter 693. In the floating city of Aincrad, as long as there are players on any floor, they would gather in groups of 2s and 3s to talk about something. Even solo players are rarely seen in such a crowded place. Even though they don't speak much, they're still a qualified audience. In an instant, the number of players in the wilderness, labyrinth area, and other areas decreased sharply. Towns, inns, and other places were filled with players. They expressed their excitement to each other, and when they talked, spittle flew everywhere. And the only topic in their mouths was about clearing the 74th floor. After a few months, the Fey swordsman, Wu Yen, once again soloed the boss and cleared the 74th floor. This news is enough to make the players who consider Wu Yen a legend feel excited for a few days. After all, they're one step closer to leaving this world. Of course, most of the players were immersed in the joy of clearing the level. However, there were also some players who began to race towards the 75th floor, hoping to occupy some advantageous conditions earlier, such as looking for quests or collecting some resources on the new floor. There were also some who set their sights on the wilderness and the labyrinth area, probing the strength of the monsters on the 75th floor. Of course, these people are the clearers who are actively trying to raid the dungeon. However, it was easy to notice that there were players from Knights of the Blood Oath, Divine Dragon Alliance, and even the army on the 75th floor, but there were no players from Moonlit Black Cats or Furinkazan on the other side. That's because they're currently gathered in a hotel on the 50th floor of Aincrad for a celebration. Cheers! Wu Yen, Asuna, Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Klein, Suda, Moonlit Black Cats, and Furinkazan's higher-ups all raised their glasses and cheered. Even Agile was there. The atmosphere was at its peak. Looking at the crowd surrounding the hotel, Wu Yen helplessly curled his lips. It's not like I've never cleared a floor before. Is there a need to celebrate? I've cleared a few floors before, but you weren't there. Kirito took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, you've cleared almost a third of the floors in Aincrad, but every time you cleared it alone, you'd disappear without a trace. Let's consider this a celebration for all the floors you cleared." Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said to Kirito, "Of course it's none of your business. I'm the one who booked the hotel and everyone's expenses." "What's the matter?" Asuna, who was standing next to Wu Yan, patted Wu Yan's shoulder. "You have so much money, why don't you share it with everyone? Plus, even if you book the hotel, it's not even a fraction of your money, right?" "That's true." Wu Yan pursed his lips. He glanced at the people around him who are grinning at him and he didn't know what to say. "But why do I feel like I've been caught red-handed?" Don't mind it, don't mind it." Klein rushed to Wu Yan's side and put his arm around his shoulder while raising his glass. "You're the main character today, don't complain." "Yeah, Oni-san." Sachi tilted her head with a faint smile on her face. Her smile was faint, but her eyes curved into crescents. It's obvious she's in a good mood. "In this world, I have never participated in such a celebration before. I like this feeling very much, yeah. Silica nodded and couldn't wait to smile. "Everyone in my sight is smiling. I've never seen anything like this before, but it's a great feeling, I love it too." Alright, I can't out-talk you guys." Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing Wu Yan's bitter smile, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cheyenne rolled her eyes and teased him. "I wonder how lively the banquet would be if I went out and yelled, 'Wu Yan is here, right now.'" "Oh, please don't be naughty." Wu Yan raised his hand weakly. Liz crossed her arms and looked at Cheyenne. "If you really do that, we won't be able to continue the party. I think Asuna is more attractive than Yen." Kirito rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "I think it'll be more interesting if we go out and shout, 'Asuna is here.'" Wu Yan felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Kirito's words. He laughed awkwardly. "At that time, the invitations for duels will also come in an endless stream, yeah." Cheyenne hugged Asuna with a smirk. "And Asuna will be drowned in the crowd." "Please don't do that." Asuna's face was conflicted as if she was imagining that scene. But more than that, she felt the same way. This isn't the first time she's been through something like that, right? For example, she was surrounded by Furinkazan on the 74th floor. "I say, Kirito." Wu Yan poked Kirito's waist with his elbow and pointed in a direction with a blank expression. "Are you sure you're okay with calling other girls attractive in front of your girlfriend?" Kirito's expression froze. His neck snapped like a puppet without oil as he turned towards the direction Wu Yan pointed at. Liz's gloomy face entered his sight and Kirito's heart started beating faster. "Liz. Liz." Kirito's eyebrows started to twitch. Liz glanced at him and snorted. Then, she walked to another table. Kirito shrunk his head and followed her. Wu Yan, Klein, Suda, and the others looked at Kirito with pity. They cursed Kirito inwardly, but at the same time, they admired Liz for her bravery. She actually managed to turn the reclusive black swordsman, Kirito, into a henpecked husband. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. As expected of the valiant Liz, Klein smirked and glanced at Kirito and Liz's situation. "Looks like that guy still has a long way to go, how dare you say that?" Suda popped up and mercilessly attacked him. "They're still underage and they're already a couple. You're already in your 20s and you're still single, right?" Klein's face stiffened, his shoulders drooped, and a decadent aura enveloped his body. However, he quickly came back to life. Facing Keita, he scolded fiercely, "Aren't you also in your 20s? You're the same as me." "Allah, that's where you're wrong." Shireen, who was standing at the side, suddenly revealed a piece of shocking news. "The president has a girlfriend." "What?" Everyone present cried out in shock, turning to look at Keita, who was scratching his head and smiling foolishly. All of them couldn't remain calm. Klein roared with a look of disbelief, impossible. That's impossible. Me. I can testify as well. Silica raised her hand as if she's an elementary school student. The president's girlfriend is from our guild. I've seen her before. I was lucky enough to see her too. Everyone immediately turned to look at Sachi, their eyes filled with curiosity. Sachi hurriedly explained, I didn't go there on purpose. I just happened to pass by and saw the guild leader and that girl walking into the guild headquarters hand in hand. Oh, everyone stretched out their voices and started teasing him. I didn't expect him to hide it so well. They're even holding hands, just to the extent of holding hands. Keita blushed and lowered his head. Don't overthink it, everyone laughed out loud. Only Klein looked as if he had been deceived by the world. He knelt down on the ground in disappointment. His back was covered in darkness. As a result, everyone laughed even louder. Chapter 694. If an outsider were to be present at the party right now, he or she would definitely be shocked by the joyous scene. In this world where death is a constant threat, there are people who entertain themselves and have fun in small groups, but it's rare to see a hotel full of joy like this. As a result, everyone was immersed in this banquet. At this moment, they forgot about the strategy, the death of this game world, and the cruel reality. Everyone gathered together and laughed happily. There was a kind of atmosphere of drinking today and drinking in the morning atmosphere. Even the victim, Wu Yan, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the atmosphere. He's starting to think that his investment this time wasn't in vain after all. At least, it was worth it to see these heartfelt smiles. He turned around and looked at Asuna, who seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned around as well. Their eyes met, and it's as if they could read each other's mind. Both of them smiled at the same time. When this happened, the entire hotel went silent. The sudden silence made Wu Yan and Asuna feel strange. They turned around to face everyone, and the scene in front of them shocked them. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Their expressions turned serious as they stared at Wu Yan and Asuna. Their eyes flashed with a strange light that sent chills down the spines of Wu Yan and Asuna's spines. Wu Yan and Asuna took a step back at the same time. What are you doing? Xian looked at Wu Yan, then she looked at Asuna. She looked back and forth between the two of them. After a while, she said. Didn't you guys notice that you entered a world of just the two of you a moment ago? A two-person world, just the two of us. Asuna blushed. Wu Yan twitched his lips and he chuckled sheepishly. Is that so? I didn't feel anything. Liz took a step forward, her eyes were filled with curiosity and slyness. Oh, it looks like there's something going on between the two of you. Despite saying that, Liz's expression was one of absolute certainty. After all, she had already noticed Asuna's feelings for Kirito even before she got together with him. Later on, when she saw the way the two of them interacted with each other as if they were enemies, she finally understood everything. Now, she just had to bring it all out in the open. Wu Yan Nii-san, you're so naughty. Silica pouted, why didn't you tell anyone that you're with Asuna? You're just as sly as the president. Asuna was shocked, her face turned red, and she quickly shook her head. No. We're not together. Everyone became even more suspicious when they saw Asuna's reaction, and they started to look at Wu Yan with hostility. Oni-san. Sachi whispered to Wu Yan, tell the truth and you'll be punished. What are you talking about? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seriously, why would you guys think that way? We're really not together. Really? Shireen was the first one to express her disbelief. She said directly, but you guys look very suspicious. What's there to be suspicious about? There's a lot to be suspicious about. Liz raised her voice, and she pointed at Wu Yan with one hand on her waist. Think about it, Asuna treats you differently when she's with other people, and when she's with you. Yeah, I noticed it too. Silica hugged Pina and tilted her head. Sister Asuna is very strict with the guild members, but she's very gentle with us, but she's a lot more open to you, Wu Yan and I. Her smile is also very different from usual, and the way she looks at you when she looks at you. Asuna's face turned redder with every sentence Silica said, and by the time Silica was done, Asuna's face was already red, and her lips were pouting. Wu Yan felt a headache coming on, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Asuna, aren't you admitting that there's something going on between you? Wu Yan knocked on Silica's head, eliciting a few yelps of pain from her. You're just a little girl, where did you get all this information from? I'm not a little girl. Silica shouted in dissatisfaction. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said in an exasperated tone. What do you mean by what you said? Isn't that clear enough? Shireen immediately took over the conversation and jumped out. It means that Asuna likes you. Asuna almost fainted when she heard that. She closed her eyes tightly and couldn't say a word. Her body was trembling, and it was obvious that she was embarrassed to the extreme. Klein, who was kneeling on the ground with his body bent forward, came back to life on the spot. He jumped up and grabbed Wu Yan's collar while yelling. You bastard! How dare you secretly develop a relationship with her? Wu Yan was speechless. I say, what does that mean? This still doesn't explain anything. Sachi was at a loss. Now that things had come to this point, could there still be more to it? Wu Yan shook his head and sighed, and said helplessly, doesn't that mean that Asuna likes me? How does that mean we're together? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Asuna was the most popular player in SAO, the most popular female player in the game, and the dream girl of almost every male player. A girl with such qualifications likes you, and you're saying that it doesn't mean you're together? Are you going to reject her? That's what everyone in the room thought. Asuna finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She grabbed Wu Yan's waist and yelled at Wu Yan. How can you say something like that so calmly? Then what do you want me to do? Wu Yan felt like he didn't belong to a human anymore. We're not together. Asuna clenched her teeth, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. As Asuna's friend, Liz was the first to step forward. You. Liz glared at Wu Yan. A girl like Asuna likes you, why aren't you satisfied? I didn't say that I'm not satisfied. Wu Yan shouted. I just said that we're not together. We've never confessed to each other, and we're not together like you and Kirito. We're not a couple. Asuna's ears twitched a little, but the others were stunned and lowered their heads. Indeed, this only means that Asuna has feelings for Wu Yan, but it doesn't mean that they've never confessed to each other before. Wu Yan, who said those words, forgot that in his harem, there's not a single one of his wives that he has seriously confessed to. Liz rubbed her chin and glanced at Asuna. She made up her mind and looked at Wu Yan. If that's the case, then confess to Asuna now. Huh? Wu Yan's eyes widened, he was stunned. Asuna also trembled and looked at Liz in shock. What the hell is going on? The others, on the other hand, were stunned for a moment before they started cheering. Confess. 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 Wu Yan's jaw dropped, he didn't know what to say. Asuna, on the other hand, lowered her head and glanced at Wu Yan with her arms crossed behind her back. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Wu Yan glanced at the rowdy crowd. He glanced at Asuna and he steeled his heart and he turned around. Asuna. WH. What are you doing? Asuna's body trembled and her face turned red. The others also looked at Wu Yan expectantly, they were waiting to see what would happen next. Me. Wu Yan cheered up for a bit. Then, with lightning speed, he shrunk his body. I'm hungry. Bang 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 bang, everyone, including Asuna, fell to the ground in an instant. Chapter 695. Aincrad's 61st floor, Selmbrook, at the teleportation gate square, a lake-like teleportation gate rippled gently, instantly illuminating the entire teleportation gate square in the night sky. Two figures appeared there at the same time. One was dressed in black, like a knight in the night, and the other was dressed in a gorgeous white dress with red edges, like a delicate princess. With such a combination, anyone who saw these two figures would subconsciously think that they were nobles who had come out to travel. However, the expressions on their faces were one of resentment and the other of indignation. It was enough to shatter the reverie in the hearts of those who had such an impression of them. The two people who appeared in Selmbrook are Wu Yan and Asuna, who just finished the banquet and is about to go home. Asuna immediately walked towards her house when she felt the ground beneath her feet. She didn't even look at Wu Yan, she even used a lot of force when she turned around. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell she's throwing a tantrum. Wu Yan's expression turned even more angry when he saw Asuna's reaction. He sighed and followed her back to her house. Selmbrook is very quiet at night, it's so quiet it's almost as if there's no one around. Only a few faint lights can be seen from the surrounding buildings. It's not like there's no one around, but there's very few pedestrians. After all, the prices of houses on the 61st floor were extremely high. Normal players couldn't afford to buy houses on the 61st floor at all. There aren't many people who actually own a house on the 61st floor, you can count them with one hand. Even the cost of a hotel is much higher than the average and middle floors. Even if there are players on the 61st floor, once night falls, they'll still have to go back to the lower floors. That's why the 61st floor is a deserted area. Of course, it's only limited to the night, there's still a lot of people who come here during the day, the surroundings are eerily quiet, it's no wonder the atmosphere is oppressive. Asuna and Wu Yan walked down the street one after another, the oppressive atmosphere made them even angrier. The two of them silently walked towards Asuna's house. It didn't take long before they finally arrived. Asuna's house finally appeared in front of them. Ever since Asuna bought this house, Wu Yan has been visiting her house a lot. After all, Asuna often visits his house as well, it's impolite not to reciprocate. However, compared to the number of times Asuna visits Wu Yan's house, Wu Yan rarely visits Asuna's house. Asuna came to Wu Yan's house to get food and ingredients, but Wu Yan didn't come to Asuna's house for the same reason. That's why the number of times he came to this place is limited. He might not even have been here 5 times. But, at the very least, he should be able to recognize the place. Seeing that he's about to reach his destination, Wu Yan felt that it's better to do what he has to do, so he quickened his pace. Unlike Wu Yan, Asuna slowed down her pace when she saw her home. It's like she's waiting for someone to catch up with her. Just like that, one of them quickened her pace while the other slowed down. The two soon met, but Wu Yan didn't stop. Instead, he walked past Asuna and arrived at her house one step ahead of her. Asuna was stunned for a moment, then a trace of anger burned in her eyes. This damn guy, he doesn't want to be with me? Asuna glanced coldly at Wu Yan, snorted, opened the door in front of her, and walked in. Asuna was about to close the door and ignore Wu Yan, but Wu Yan stepped into the house and closed the door. Before Asuna could react, he pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. Asuna's mind went blank at the same time. A message flashed in front of her eyes, telling her that she's being violated. Asuna put her hands on Wu Yan's chest and tried to push him away, but not only did she not push him away, Wu Yan tightened his arms around her waist, almost suffocating her. Wu Yan hugged Asuna tightly in his arms, forcing her to stand on her tiptoes. When their lips touched, a whimper came out. Wu Yan took advantage of this opportunity and used his tongue to capture Asuna's tongue. Asuna's mind went blank, her eyes started to soften. Her chestnut-colored pupils started to turn watery. The warning flashing in her eyes couldn't wake Asuna up anymore. Asuna couldn't help but indulge in the pleasure of intertwining their tongues. The only thing she could see was Wu Yan's face right in front of her. Other than that, she couldn't see anything else. Their tongues intertwined with each other, and the moist sensation entered their minds. At this moment, the two of them completely forgot that they were in a game world, that their bodies were fake, and that their actions were fake. Because, in their eyes, everything was so real. Asuna has lost all her strength. She weakly fell into Wu Yan's arms. Her head was passively swaying under Wu Yan's movements. Their lips were tightly pressed together, and their hot breaths hit each other's face. The sound of "tsk tsk" echoed in the room, and the two of them were burning with passion. A pink atmosphere enveloped the room, and it didn't stop for a long time. Their tongues intertwined in an irregular manner. After a long time, when Asuna felt like she was about to suffocate to death, Wu Yan let go of her lips. Asuna's head immediately fell into Wu Yan's chest, and she gasped for air like a drowning victim. Her eyes were blurred, and even Wu Yan had to gasp for air. One can imagine how intense that kiss was. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief, and he licked his sweet lips. Sure enough, it's more my style to do it directly. Asuna woke up from her daze, and she raised her head. She saw Wu Yan's smiling face, and the scene just now replayed in her mind. Asuna suddenly got angry. Asuna glared at Wu Yan and she yelled at him. "Let go of me." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow, but he didn't let go of Asuna. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. "It wasn't easy for me to hug you, and I won't let go so easily." "You." Asuna's jaw dropped, and she threatened, "Aren't you afraid that I will trigger a protection order and send you to prison?" "You can try." Wu Yan shook his head nonchalantly. "If you dare to do that, I dare to repeat what I just did in front of all the members of the Knights of Blood Oath when I come out." Asuna was stunned. She has seen shameless people before, but she has never seen someone this shameless. "If you won't confess, then why are you hugging me? Are you kidding me?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Asuna. "I'm not that thick-skinned to confess in front of so many people. You're not that thick-skinned." Asuna almost choked on her own breath. "There is no one in this world with thicker skin than you." "Is that so?" Wu Yan raised the corner of his mouth. "If that's the case, then I don't mind being thicker. I will stay here tonight." "What?" Asuna screamed. What are you trying to do?" "Nothing." Wu Yan grinned, "I'm just sleeping with you for one night." Chapter 696. The next day, when a warm ray of sunlight shined on his face, he couldn't help but wake up. He shook his groggy head and let out a long yawn that sounded like a sigh. A lazy aura surrounded him, and combined with his sleepy expression, he looked like a bachelor who didn't get enough sleep. In fact, Wu Yan had a very good sleep last night, much better than when he slept at home. He wasn't a bachelor, and Asuna was curled up in his arms like a kitten. Wu Yan moved his body slightly, and he felt a body on top of him. It wasn't heavy, but it had a very strong scent. Wu Yan immediately woke up and looked at Asuna, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. He remembered that he didn't go home last night and stayed at Asuna's place for the whole night. Wu Yan's arm was still wrapped around Asuna's waist. Even though it was a fake body created in the game, the smoothness of her skin felt exactly the same as the real one. Wu Yan almost thought that he had returned to the real world. Of course, Wu Yan didn't know how it feels to hug Asuna's body in the real world. But, in the past, he would hug his wives in this position whenever he woke up in the morning. Moreover, he would hug his wives in this position whenever he woke up. Therefore, no one knows better than him how a girl's smooth skin feels like. Wu Yan smelled Asuna's scent and poked her little nose out of curiosity. He shook his head and smiled. "Your body in the game is already so alluring, I wonder what kind of beauty Asuna is in the real world." As if she could hear Wu Yan's words, Asuna wrinkled her little nose as if she was protesting something. Then, she put on a beautiful face and slept peacefully. Wu Yan's saliva flowed out of his mouth as his heart started racing. Wu Yan stayed in this game for almost 2 years, and he didn't have a girl by his side. He only had a healing fairy. In other words, he hasn't had sex for as long as he stayed in this game. After being single for almost 2 years, anyone else would have turned into a werewolf, and Wu Yan was no exception. At this time, Wu Yan had a beautiful girl lying in his arms. How could he not howl in his heart? Wu Yan's hand started to caress Asuna's body, and his eyes started to heat up. He slowly placed his hand on Asuna's buttocks and started to caress them. Asuna seemed to feel something, and her sleeping face became a little seductive. A moan came out of her mouth, and Wu Yan's heart was instantly ignited. Just as Wu Yan was about to press down on her body, Wu Yan's heart was splashed with a bucket of cold water. Not only did it extinguish the fire in Wu Yan's heart, but it also made his heart feel cold. He can't undress Asuna. In SAO, undressing is not done by hand, but by the user interface. It only takes 2 to 3 seconds to change clothes, and it's even faster to take them off. With a gentle tap, there's nothing left. Because of this, the player's clothes can't be undressed by hand, they can only be undressed through the user interface. Only by doing the undressing command can the player remove the clothes. Therefore, when a devastatingly beautiful girl was lying in his arms, he could only look at her and touch her, but he couldn't do anything to her. This was the cruel truth. Of course, Wu Yan can also grab Asuna's hand and use her hand to open the user interface, but Wu Yan doesn't want to do that. Because the user can manipulate the user interface by moving the user's finger, many people in SAO use this method to do dirty things. For example, they can manipulate a sleeping player's finger to trade all the items in the player's inventory, or steal money, etc. Some people even send a duel request to a sleeping player, and then move the player's finger to accept the duel. This way, even if the player stays in the safe zone, they'll become a fish on the chopping board. Because of this, players don't dare to sleep in a strange place in front of strangers. If a player falls asleep in front of you, then you should be glad, because it means that the player trusts you very much and believes that you won't do such a thing. There's no doubt that Asuna fell asleep in front of him because she trusts him. She even slept on the same bed as him. If he did something like moving his finger to manipulate the user interface while she's asleep, then what would Asuna think? That's another thing. He can't let Asuna down, and that's what he can't tolerate. Without Asuna's permission, Wu Yan will never manipulate her user interface. Moreover, in SAO, if you want to have sex with someone, you have to remove the restricted level settings. If you don't do that, you won't be able to do what you love, and to remove the settings, you also have to clear the user interface. Because of this, Wu Yan didn't have any bad intentions last night and spent a peaceful night with Asuna. But now, even if Wu Yan wanted to have sex with her, he can't do it. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's face became sad. He looked at the sky and sighed. It's sad that you can't do what you love. Wu Yan's sigh echoed clearly in the room, and it seemed to wake Asuna up. Asuna frowned slightly, her eyelids trembled, and she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Wu Yan looking at the sky and sighing. Asuna recalled everything that happened last night, and all her sleepiness was instantly swept away. You're awake? Asuna twisted her body and looked at Wu Yan. Why do you look so listless? Didn't you get enough sleep? Well, you can say that. Wu Yan hugged Asuna tightly. After all, I'm the type of person who won't wake up until the sun shines on my butt. Asuna rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She knew Wu Yan's habit of sleeping in the morning, otherwise, she wouldn't visit him at night. It's always good to wake up early. Asuna rubbed Wu Yan's chest and whispered. If the leveling area is occupied, where are we going to find it? I've always been leveling in the labyrinth area. Wu Yan shook his head and smiled. If anyone has the ability to occupy the labyrinth area, I don't mind missing a day of leveling. Yes, I know you're good, okay? I don't know how someone as lazy as you can become so strong. Did you really master the bug? Asuna said in an annoyed tone. That's good. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He looked at Asuna, who is still in his arms. What's wrong? Do you want to level up? I can carry you. I don't need you to carry me. Asuna retorted and went silent. Hey, Yen. Asuna wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck and leaned her head on Wu Yan's chest. Why don't we rest for a while? Rest. Wu Yan froze for a second and stroked Asuna's back. What's wrong? Are you tired? Yeah. Asuna nodded slightly. I want to live a peaceful life. I want to stay at your place. It's really beautiful. I really like it. If you like it, you can stay there forever. Wu Yan pinched Asuna's nose. I'm happy that you can enjoy life. Then it's decided. Chapter 697. Sorry to keep you waiting. Asuna placed a bowl of clear soup on the table and she took off her gloves. She smiled at Wu Yan, who is sitting across from her. Hurry up and eat, you haven't tasted my cooking in a while. Wu Yan nodded. He grabbed a sandwich and stuffed it into his mouth. It's your fault for coming to eat my cooking every time you visit. Why didn't you bring me something you made? Asuna pursed her lips and lowered her head to mutter a few words. I'm not going to visit for food, what did you say? Nothing. No what? Asuna pouted. She turned her head away as if she's out of breath. Wu Yan sighed. A woman's heart is like a needle in a haystack. Wu Yan's breakfast is usually simple. He usually eats bread, sandwiches and the like. It's simple, but Wu Yan made it himself, so it's natural that it's a delicacy. Asuna usually eats the same thing when she's at home. However, since Wu Yan is here today, Asuna added a bowl of clear soup to celebrate this special day. Asuna loves good food, but she doesn't have a huge appetite. Unlike Astria and Toka, who are pure foodies, cooking is more of a pursuit for Asuna. The simple breakfast ended in a rushed but warm atmosphere. Asuna cleaned up the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash the utensils. Wu Yan sat on the sofa and started reading the latest newspaper. It had only been a day since we cleared the 74th floor, but there was a surprisingly large amount of information today. Most of it was about the 75th floor, such as the levels and strength of the monsters in the wild, the general situation of the town, and even the location of the quest NPCs. Of course, these were the insignificant ones. The truly precious quest information wouldn't be casually published in the newspaper, because it represented a huge sum of money. Even though the 74th floor was cleared yesterday, some players are still very efficient. After a day, most of the top players have set their sights on the 75th floor. They rushed into the wilderness or the town. Every time there's a discovery, the information broker will report it to the public. That's why the next day's newspaper will be the most informative and eye-catching news. But for Wu Yan, this information isn't important. He rarely accepted any quests in the past 2 years. The number of quests he accepted so far is less than 10. He always went straight to the labyrinth area. Normal quests aren't enough to satisfy him and rare quests are too troublesome for him to find. So, he decided to level up instead. It might be a little boring, but it's a lot more useful. However, the information about the clearers' movements piqued Wu Yan's interest. After all, the clearers are at the forefront of the game. Their movements are bound to attract the attention of many, including Wu Yan himself. It didn't take long for Asuna to finish cleaning up. She came out of the kitchen and sat down beside Wu Yan. She poked her head out of curiosity. What are you looking at? Nothing. I'm just looking at the clearers' movements. Wu Yan said casually. He didn't even take his eyes off the paper. Since yesterday, the Moonlit Black Cats, Furin Kazan, Holy Dragon Alliance, and your Knights of the Blood Oath have begun to explore the wild on the 75th floor. However, the progress seems to have slowed down a lot, of course. Asuna sighed and said in a low voice, there will be a very powerful boss appearing on every 25th floor, causing a lot of casualties to the clearers. The boss on the 25th floor forced the army to retreat from the front line, and the boss on the 50th floor also caused the front line to collapse. If it wasn't for our leader who blocked the boss for 10 minutes, I'm afraid the clearers would have been annihilated, and now, there's another boss on the 25th floor. If we don't pay attention to it, who knows how many people will die this time. Wu Yan curled his lips and threw the paper in his hand away. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone and fought the boss on the 25th and 50th floors, Asuna agreed with Wu Yan's explanation. With Wu Yan's strength, if he had participated in the boss fight, the outcome would have been different, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, the clearers found the boss rooms on these 2 floors first. However, if Wu Yan found the boss rooms first, would he be able to take on the 2 ridiculously powerful bosses by himself? Asuna started to worry and she hugged Wu Yan's arm. Yan, can you promise me? Asuna stared at Wu Yan's face with a serious expression. This time, you and the clearers will fight the boss on the 75th floor together. Huh? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the serious expression on Asuna's face, he immediately understood what she was thinking and smiled. I say, don't you think you're underestimating your husband? Wu Yan scratched Asuna's chin, causing her to wrinkle her nose. Even the 74th floor's gatekeeper boss is no match for me. Even if a 75th floor's gatekeeper boss is several times stronger than the 74th floor's gatekeeper boss, I still have the confidence to deal with it. Not to mention, I still have dual blade stream. Asuna's expression relaxed a little, although she wasn't completely relaxed, she wasn't as worried as before. She puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction and turned her head away. Who are you calling my husband? We're not married. Isn't it easy if you want to get married? Wu Yan joked with her. It's just a matter of applying, marriage in SAO is very simple. All you need to do is to buy a pair of wedding rings and exchange them. Then, you're officially a legal couple in SAO. Don't think that the marriage system in the game is so simple. Once you become a legal couple in SAO, you can use the items in the other party's item bar at will. If one of you dies, all the items in his or her item bar will be transferred to the other party's item bar. Therefore, although the marriage procedure was very simple, the meaning was extraordinary. If one did not truly trust and love the other party, it was generally impossible to get married. Otherwise, if one was careless and made a mistake, one's other half would immediately plot to kill him after marrying him to obtain all the items in his item bar. By then, it would be too late for regrets. This kind of thing has happened a lot in SAO. Wu Yan and Asuna have known each other for more than 2 years. They know each other better than anyone else. Plus, Wu Yan brought up the topic of marriage. Even Asuna couldn't help but feel weird when Wu Yan brought it up. Are you really willing to marry me? Asuna's eyes flickered as she looked straight at Wu Yan. With Wu Yan's wealth, she believed that anyone would be greedy or even have evil intentions towards him. If Wu Yan is willing to marry her, it means that he has absolute trust in her. At the thought of this, Asuna's heart was filled with an indescribable emotion that couldn't be stopped for a long time. Don't doubt me. Wu Yan reached out and hugged Asuna. You're the most charming person in SAO. Millions of people want to marry you. No one can say no to you, including me. Wu Yan's lips curled into a grin. But if we get married, we can't do it as casually as the marriage system in this world. We have to hold a grand wedding ceremony and invite Kirito, Liz, Sachi, and the others to attend. Then, we have to do it in front of all the players. We can exchange rings. Asuna covered her mouth as she trembled. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer and she threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Chapter 698. Yesterday, during the celebration, Wu Yan was almost forced to confess to Asuna, but because of his rare moment of shyness, the drama turned into a farce, and the matter was left unsettled. But today, Wu Yan and Asuna decided to get married, and they even held a wedding ceremony. This is an unprecedented development, and if other people knew about it, they would probably laugh out loud. Since they had decided to hold a wedding ceremony, they naturally had to invite their friends and family, such as Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Shili, Cheyenne, Suda, Klein, and the others. These people were the few friends they had in this world, so how could they not invite them? Of course, it won't be now. Let's not talk about how much of a commotion Asuna would cause if the news of her wedding got out. Also, what kind of attitude would the Knights of the Blood Oath have towards one of their elite generals? Wu Yan can't just ignore the fact that she's going to marry someone of her status. Isn't that right? Yesterday, he didn't confess to Asuna in front of everyone. Now, he's inviting other people to attend their wedding ceremony. Wu Yan is sure that Kirito and the others are laughing their heads off. They're laughing so hard that Wu Yan wants to dig a hole and hide in it. Not to mention, this is still in the planning stage, it's better to delay sending out wedding invitations. Asuna, who was touched a second ago, started to despise Wu Yan and teased him about it. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the conditions, he would have grabbed Asuna and spanked her 100 times, 100 times. The two cuddled in the room for a while, then they changed their clothes and prepared to go to the Knights of the Blood's HQ. Whether it's because Asuna wants to leave the Knights of the Blood or not. Even if she wants to marry him, she still has to go through the Knights of the Blood. After all, Asuna isn't only the vice leader of the Knights of the Blood, she's also the person in charge of the clearers. Whether it was the guild strength or the progress of the raid, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, there was no way they would let Asuna go so easily. Therefore, Wu Yan decided to follow Asuna to the headquarters of the Knights of the Blood. Is there really no problem? Asuna, who had changed into her usual night battle dress, touched the rapier on her waist and looked at Wu Yan, who was dressed in black with a worried expression. Although Knights of the Blood is the strongest guild in SAO, they only have a few hundred members. There were only a few dozen players who were qualified to join the clearers, and their combat power was only at the right level, unlike the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army, who had a large number of peripheral members to supplement their strength. And as one of the best among them, Asuna's importance was obvious, not to mention her combat strength. Whether it was in terms of strategy or not, Asuna was worthy of being called an elite. No one would easily let go of such an excellent existence, not to mention that Asuna was also the vice leader of the Knights of the Blood, a member of the upper echelon. Therefore, Asuna wasn't sure if the guild would let her go or not. If she wasn't determined to follow Wu Yan, she wouldn't have mentioned leaving. This could be seen from the fact that Asuna didn't want to leave the Knights of the Blood even though she didn't have enough fun in the past. Because of this, Wu Yan felt the need to go to the Knights of the Blood's HQ with Asuna. Don't worry. Wu Yan stroked Asuna's hair and smiled. I'll take care of everything. Asuna turned around and looked at Wu Yan's smiling face. His expression was firm as he nodded his head firmly. The two walked to the door and they opened it. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of them. The two were surprised when they saw the face of the figure. Asuna's expression turned ugly. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Kuradil. Asuna's expression turned gloomy. Why are you in front of my house? It's Kuradil. Asuna-sama. Kuradil, who had his back facing the door, was overjoyed when he heard Asuna's voice. When he turned around and saw Wu Yan, his bulging eyes shrunk and his expression turned sour. Why? Why is this bastard in Asuna-sama's house? Kuradil. Asuna's voice was cold. This isn't the first time you've blocked my door, right? Kuradil retracted his gaze from Wu Yan and looked at Asuna. Asuna-sama, I am your bodyguard, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Of course, that includes keeping an eye on the thieves around you. That means. Asuna lowered her head and hid her face behind her bangs. She clenched her fists tightly. You've been keeping an eye on me? Please forgive me for not reporting this to you. Kurudil glanced at Wu Yan. I'm doing this for Asuna-sama's sake. There are many people in this world who use dirty tricks to deceive others. If Asuna-sama is deceived by these people, then. Enough. Asuna raised her head and glared at Kurudil with a murderous glint in her eyes. Of course, she knew who Kurudil was referring to by the filthy rascal he was referring to. If it was before, no matter how close Asuna was to Wu Yan, she wouldn't side with him. But now, Wu Yan is going to be her husband. Which woman could tolerate her husband being called a dirty rascal by others? Asuna didn't know about others, but she couldn't tolerate it. Kurudil. Asuna took a deep breath. Let me ask you, did the leader order you to keep an eye on me? Kurudil was shocked by Asuna's sudden outburst. He shook his head subconsciously, causing Asuna's glare to turn even colder. Then, in the name of the vice leader, from today onwards, you are relieved of your duty as a bodyguard. Asuna glanced at Kurudil and said firmly, return to the headquarters and wait for further orders. What? Kurudil looked at Asuna in disbelief. Asuna-sama. You. Bang. Before Kurudil could finish his sentence, a fist suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes and smashed into his face. Kurudil felt a wave of dizziness in his head before he was sent flying and crashed into the street below. Kurudil was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He laid on the ground in a daze. He didn't regain his senses until Wu Yan appeared in front of him. Only then did he realize who the one who attacked him was. Wu Yan. Kurudil's face turned ferocious as he looked at Wu Yan. He wanted to stand up but Wu Yan raised his foot and stomped on his chest. Kurudil's face turned red and he couldn't stand up anymore. Don't worry, no matter how strong your attack is, you won't lose any HP. Wu Yan pursed his lips. He looked down at Kurudil and stomped down. You! How dare you hit me? Kurudil's face was red and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, I did hit you. Wu Yan lowered his head and grinned. His smile was very cold. Because I don't like you. You. Listen to me. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. If I see you pestering Asuna again, even Heathcliff won't be able to save you. Chapter 699. I believe that the Knights of the Blood won't go so far as to provoke me over a mere guard. The cold voice echoed clearly in Kurudil's ears. His disdainful words caused the flames of anger in his heart to swell, followed by a shocking murderous intent. As a member of the Knights of the Blood, Kurudil usually acted like a tyrant. Just his other identity as a member of the Assassin Guild, Smiling Coffin, was enough to intimidate countless players. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? In Kurudil's mind, he had always been the one to trample on others. He never thought that today, he would be trampled under someone else's foot. Moreover, this person was the person he hated the most, and wanted to kill the most. Hatred. His hands unconsciously grabbed Wu Yan's foot that was on his chest. Kurudil wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, an uncomfortable feeling of suffocation surged from his chest, causing his voice to turn into a muffled groan. He couldn't utter a single word. Within the safe zone, other than a duel, no matter what kind of attack was used, HP would not be deducted. Because of this, players would feel more pain inside the safe zone than outside. Wu Yan's foot continued to press down on Kurudil's chest. Although it didn't cause him much pain, Kurudil felt suffocated in his chest. He couldn't make a single sound. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Kurudil used his eyes to stare at Wu Yan's face. It's as if he's trying to carve Wu Yan's face into his mind. If looks could kill, Kuradil wouldn't mind cutting Wu Yan into 1,000 pieces. Wu Yan ignored Kuradil's hatred. This clown had repeatedly challenged his bottom line. In the past, when Kuradil didn't openly pick a fight with him, he didn't mind sparing him a glance. But now, since Kuradil was bothering Asuna, he wouldn't be Wu Yan if he didn't teach him a lesson. He leaned forward and stood above Kuradil. His wine-red pupils stared straight into Kuradil's murderous eyes. Wu Yan smirked. I know you can't wait to kill me now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. SAO was a level-based game. The gap between low-level and high-level players will only grow bigger and bigger. You're just a low-level member of the Knights of the Blood Oath. I'm sure your training area won't be high-level, so you better pray that the gap between our levels won't be too big. Otherwise, you'll never have the chance to take revenge in your entire life. Even if I stand in front of you like a good boy. Wu Yan straightened his back and he looked at Kuradil from the corner of his eyes. Step aside. You. Chop. Kuradil's pupils shrank. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan calmly turned around, removed his foot from Kuradil's body, and walked to Asuna's side. Let's go, Asuna nodded obediently. She didn't even look at Kuradil as she followed Wu Yan to the teleport gate square. Kuradil stood up and stared at Wu Yan's back. He knew that even if he charged forward, he would only be humiliated again. He might be a top player, but compared to top players like Kirito and Asuna, he was nothing. He couldn't compare to the strongest player in the game, Wu Yan. He could only stand there and resist the urge to rush up to Wu Yan. Looking at Wu Yan's receding figure, he gnashed his teeth so hard that they made cracking noises. His heart was filled with hatred. One day. Kuradil roared in his mind, but Wu Yan's words echoed in his mind. Just as Wu Yan said, his leveling speed is incomparable to Wu Yan, who is always at the forefront of the game. The gap between them is already too big. If this continues, when Wu Yan reaches a level that he can't reach, even if he uses some tricks to make Wu Yan unable to resist, he still wouldn't be able to kill Wu Yan. If Wu Yan doesn't die, once he regains his mobility, then, the more Kuradil thought about it, the darker his expression became. His eyes began to flicker. Looks like I need to hurry. Kuradil had already forgotten Wu Yan's words. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. On the other side, Asuna, who was walking beside Wu Yan, couldn't help but look back. She puffed up her cheeks and looked at Wu Yan. Why did you suddenly make a move? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Asuna. Are you going to let him stalk my fiancé's house? I'm not that magnanimous. I'm not asking you to tolerate him. Asuna pouted. He's still my subordinate and a member of the Knights of the Blood. If you attack him, I'm afraid it'll cause trouble. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. What's a little trouble? Wu Yan glanced behind him. I'm just worried that he won't feel that trouble is enough for his revenge. Asuna paused and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Seeing that he wasn't going to explain, she didn't ask any further. Asuna was actually quite happy that Wu Yan was protecting her. That's why she didn't stop him when Wu Yan attacked Kuradil. Asuna hated Kuradil to the core. If she could get the Knights of the Blood to hunt her down, that would be the best-case scenario. Aincrad's 55th floor, Grantham, Knights of the Blood's headquarters. I've got the gist of the situation. Heathcliff sat on his seat. He crossed his fingers and propped his chin up with the back of his hand. He looked at Wu Yan and Asuna, or more accurately, Wu Yan. He spoke with an expressionless face. Yan Kuan, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. You know how important Asuna is to the Knights of the Blood. Heathcliff paused for a moment before continuing to speak to Wu Yan. Without Asuna, our progress will be greatly reduced. Plus, she's our vice leader. Do you think I'll let her go? Leader, Asuna wanted to step forward and say something to Heathcliff, but Wu Yan pulled her behind him. Asuna looked at Wu Yan and thought for a moment before retreating behind him. Since Wu Yan said to leave everything to him, then she'll leave everything to him. Wu Yan smiled at Asuna and turned to Heathcliff. I know Asuna's departure will slow down our progress, but that doesn't mean we're not making any progress, right? The slower the progress, the further we'll be away from this world. Heathcliff raised his head slightly. You should know what this means, right? Is he trying to use the big picture to pressure me? Wu Yan looked at Heathcliff thoughtfully. A strange smile appeared on his face. I've heard that Commander Heathcliff has never led a raid team in person except for some boss battles. If Commander Heathcliff personally leads a raid team, I believe the raid team's progress won't be any worse than Asuna's, right? Heathcliff frowned when he heard Wu Yan's words. Then, he relaxed his frown. If I can do something for everyone, of course I won't be stingy. Wu Yan didn't show any expression on his face, but he was secretly cursing Heathcliff. You're the one who locked her up here, and you still want to do something for everyone? No matter how much effort you put in, it's useless. Heathcliff didn't know what Wu Yan was thinking. He looked at Asuna and said, but even so, I can't let Asuna leave so easily. After all, she's too important, oh? Wu Yan looked at Heathcliff. No matter what? Heathcliff grinned as he met Wu Yan's gaze without fear. No matter what. Chapter 700. As soon as Heathcliff's words came out, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Wu Yan and Heathcliff stared at each other. Neither of them said a word as they stared at each other. The atmosphere around them became more and more tense. It felt like a volcano is about to erupt. Asuna started getting anxious. Now, the two people standing in front of him, not to mention their relationship with him, just based on their identities, they were existences in this world that could be dug up by intelligence agencies with just a stomp of their feet. One is the strongest player in the game, the other is the leader of the strongest guild in the game. If the relationship between the two of them deteriorates because of what happened today, or even become enemies, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to Sao. Even if it was someone else standing here, that person would be scared out of their wits. Asuna, on the other hand, was her boss and her soon-to-be husband in this world. She didn't want to see the two of them fighting each other, no matter if it's for work or for personal reasons. Just when Asuna was about to step forward, Wu Yan suddenly said something. Captain Heathcliff, I'm sure you still remember the promise you made during our last duel, right? Hearing this, Heathcliff's eyes narrowed, and his face sank a little. He already knew what the other party wanted to say, but he still answered truthfully, of course I do. I promised you that if you lost that duel, you would join my Knights of the Blood Oath, and if I lost, you would join me. Until Sao is completely conquered, the Knights of the Blood will use all their power to help you fulfill one of your conditions. Wu Yan smiled when he heard Heathcliff's words. Commander Heathcliff, now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. After saying that, Wu Yan looked at Heathcliff, who had a serious expression on his face. I hope you can let Asuna leave the Knights of the Blood. Heathcliff's eyes flickered, and his expression kept changing. Asuna, on the other hand, had a surprised smile on her face. It was obvious that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She had forgotten about it, forget about Asuna, even Wu Yan himself forgot about this matter. It's been a year, plus, he didn't really care much about this matter, it's only natural for him to forget about it. From Wu Yan's point of view, what the Knights of the Blood Oath can do for him is just a drop in the ocean. He doesn't know how the Knights of the Blood can do something that he can't do. Maybe Heathcliff can, but he won't expose himself just because of a promise. With this preconceived notion, Wu Yan gradually forgot about this matter. If he wasn't pushed too hard just now, he wouldn't have suddenly remembered it. This is something Heathcliff didn't expect. He never thought that Wu Yan would agree to his terms. To think that he would actually use the conditions that he had promised him at this time. Now, he was once again riding a tiger and unable to back down. It's ironic. As the administrator of Sao, Heathcliff has the power of a god in this world. Yet, he fell into Wu Yan's hands twice. It's ironic. Heathcliff's expression became a little uncertain, as if he was struggling to make a decision. After a long time, he sighed faintly. I'm sorry, Yen Kun. Heathcliff said helplessly. Your condition is a bit too much for me. Even though I've promised you before, I can't just let Asuna go like this. Without her, Knights of the Blood will suffer a great loss. Please change your condition. Asuna was stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her commander didn't keep his promise. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and his voice became deeper. So, Commander Heathcliff, you're not going to fulfill your promise? Heathcliff stood up and he looked at Wu Yan with a solemn expression. Yen Kun, please change your terms. Wu Yan went silent. He felt helpless. He didn't expect Heathcliff to be so shameless for Asuna's sake. Didn't he see everything in this world as a game? He can't let Asuna go because she would cause a great loss to the Knights of the Blood and affect their progress? Wu Yan might have believed it if someone else told him that. But coming from Heathcliff himself, it's ridiculous. After all, both the Clearers and the Knights of the Blood were nothing but toys in Heathcliff's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to observe the Clearers closely, he would have tossed them away whenever he wanted to. Who are you trying to fool? Wu Yan had no choice but to ponder for a while. If that's the case, let's change our terms. Wu Yan took a step forward and said in an unexpectedly strong tone, let Asuna go and I promise you that once the Clearers or the Knights of the Blood have found the floor boss room, I'll help you defeat the floor boss. As soon as these words came out, let alone Heathcliff, even Asuna couldn't help but be stunned. You mean? Heathcliff's eyes flashed with a glint. You're willing to join the Clearers? Only when you need to defeat the floor boss. Wu Yan glanced at Heathcliff. Usually, I won't interfere with any of your Clearers. This time, Heathcliff was moved. The reason why he insisted on keeping Asuna was because he wanted to observe Wu Yan through Asuna. In this world, who doesn't know that the Fey swordsman Wu Yan is a famous loner? He doesn't interact with anyone except for a few members of the Moonlit Black Cats. Those who have a good relationship with him can be counted on one hand. And among them, Asuna was the only one who had a close relationship with Wu Yan. Because of this, Heathcliff wanted to use Asuna to observe Wu Yan, who is out of his control. Now that Wu Yan is willing to reveal himself to Heathcliff, it's better for him to observe Wu Yan personally rather than using Asuna as a medium. At that moment, Heathcliff had a plan. Okay. I promise you. Asuna was so happy that she almost cheered. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. This time, he had spent a lot of money. After leaving the Knights of the Blood's HQ, Asuna was like a little bird that had just escaped from its cage. She was walking happily in front of the group, skipping a few steps as she walked. Asuna turned around and chuckled. I didn't expect you to be willing to work with the Clearers. Is this still the stubborn Yen I know? Wu Yan shook his head in annoyance. Who am I doing this for? Also, didn't you just ask me to work with the Clearers to defeat the floor boss? Asuna was startled for a moment, but then her eyes lit up. Is that why you're willing to join the Clearers in clearing the floor boss? Wu Yan pursed his lips and turned his head away. Don't get me wrong. I just want to live a peaceful life with you. Besides, I can even steal the boss and take the reward for killing the boss. Heathcliff will be pissed to death. Asuna giggled when Wu Yan turned his head away. She ran over to Wu Yan and hugged his arm. She buried her head in his arms. Aha, Yan is shy. Who's shy? Wu Yan felt awkward as he tried his best to retort. You're shy. I'm not. Yan is surprisingly cute when you're shy. I told you I'm not shy. Chapter 701. Today, no, in the past few days, almost all the players in Aincrad went crazy because of a piece of news. Fey swordsman Wu Yan and Asuna the Flash will be getting married tomorrow. That's right. Wu Yan and Asuna are getting married. When the news came out, all the players in Aincrad, no matter which floor they were on, only had one reaction, and that was to scoff at the news. Who is Fey swordsman Wu Yan? The strongest player in SAO. Who is Asuna the Flash? She's the idol of countless young boys and girls. If the two of them get married, it's not surprising that they would have a wedding ceremony that has never been seen before in SAO. But who would believe it? There's a lot of gossip in SAO. Wherever there are people, there will be rumors. For the average player, Fey swordsman and Flash are high and mighty figures, and they're unreachable idols. Naturally, no one would believe such a piece of news. Whether it's subconsciously not believing it, or the fact that their idols are about to fall into someone else's arms, it's a good thing. When the news first came out, it became a joke. Hence, he was treated as a joke by the average player, a joke on a daily basis. However, 2 or 3 days later, the players started to feel that something was wrong. It was also because of a piece of news. The leader of Knights of the Blood, Heathcliff, officially announced that the vice leader Asuna the Flash will be getting married soon. She will no longer participate in the floor raid, and she will be allowed to step down. In other words, from now on, Asuna will no longer be the vice leader of Knights of the Blood, and she will be leaving the organization. When the news came out, all the players couldn't believe it, and the members of Knights of the Blood almost caused a ruckus. As someone who had both strength and charm, Asuna's popularity wasn't small, not to mention the average players. The members of the Knights of the Blood Oath usually admired their vice leader, but now, the person they admired was not only about to leave the Knights of the Blood Oath, but also about to get married. How could these people not fall out with him? However, no matter how much trouble they caused, it was fine. Asuna's departure from the Knights of the Blood was finally confirmed. This kind of news wasn't like those rumors. Whether it was true or not, it was easy to find out by looking at the Knights of the Blood's movements. After the news of her departure was confirmed, the players had no choice but to believe it. Flash Asuna is getting married. And it was against the strongest player, the Fey swordsman Wu Yan. Ever since that day, everyone went crazy. Some envied Wu Yan for having such a beautiful woman. Some envied Wu Yan for being able to keep the heartthrob in his arms. Some hated Wu Yan for stealing their idol away from them. Some hated Asuna for leaving the Knights of the Blood Oath and not participating in the raid. She's the reason why they can't leave this world of death as soon as possible. All in all, there were all kinds of emotions, and all kinds of reactions were vividly displayed at this time. The whole of Aincrad went into an uproar after hearing that. Meanwhile, Wu Yan is also having a headache over what to do with this mess. Is that all? Wu Yan looked at the pictures on the newspaper. He looked at Agile with a troubled expression. Are there no formal suits or wedding dresses like those in the real world? Yes. Yes, Wu Yan was looking for a wedding dress, but it seems like he didn't have enough. It can't be helped, SAO is very different from the real world. The tall and muscular Agile frowned and said helplessly. Some of the casual clothes are similar to the ones in the real world, but the outfits have to be made according to the style of this world. Not to mention, there has never been a wedding ceremony in SAO, and no one has ever made formal dresses before. I don't know how many tailors I've bought from. I think it's not bad, it's very beautiful. Asuna picked up the paper and looked at the pictures. Her chestnut-colored eyes were filled with love. It's different from the ones in the real world, but it feels like a classical wedding. Asuna tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan. She pointed at one of the dresses and said excitedly. Yan, let's choose this one. Wu Yan, Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Agile, and the others poked their heads out of the paper and they looked at the dress Asuna pointed out. It's a very retro-styled dress. The men's dress is a typical knight's dress, but it's pure white. The women's dress is a princess's dress that goes all the way to the ankles. It's similar to a Western noble's dress, but because it's pure white, it's perfect for a wedding ceremony in Sao. Wow, it's so beautiful. Silica clenched her fists and looked at the dress with stars in her eyes. I want to try it on. Hearing this, many people laughed out loud. Liz giggled and said, "We'll talk about it when you grow up." Silica wasn't happy with that answer. "I'm not young anymore. But it's really pretty." Sachi looked at Asuna with longing eyes and said, "Asuna's taste is really good." Asuna giggled. She looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful look in her eyes. It looks like Asuna really likes this dress. Since Asuna made the decision, Wu Yan had no reason to object. "Okay, we'll take it then." Wu Yan handed the paper to Agile. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Agile." "Yes, yes, yes." Agile took the paper and rubbed his smooth head. "I'll have the tailor make it before tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Agile." Asuna thanked Agile gratefully. Even though the two of them decided to hold a wedding ceremony, the three of them are the ones who will carry it out. Agile, Klein, and Sutta are the ones who will carry it out. Agile was a famous merchant, so he would be of great help in arranging the wedding ceremony. Klein and Sutta were leaders of large guilds, so there were many miscellaneous matters that required their help. If it weren't for the three of them, the wedding ceremony wouldn't have been able to be held. That's why Wu Yan and Asuna were very grateful to Agile. Of course, Klein and Sutta who weren't present at the wedding were also there to help them. Agile waved his hand and looked at Wu Yan with a smile. "No need to thank me, Wu Yan gave me a lot of commission, I'm happy with the money I earned." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they smiled bitterly. Kirito looked at Agile. "You're still doing this kind of shady business as usual, don't misunderstand me." Agile punched Kirito's chest. "Wu Yan gave it to me, I didn't ask him for it. Money is a small matter." Wu Yan took a sip of his herbal tea and looked at the crowd. "I just don't know if we can get it done before tomorrow. I don't want anything to go wrong." "You still have the nerve to say that." Shireen, who had been staring at those dresses, turned her head on the spot and teased, "I don't know who was the one who didn't even dare to confess before, but now he's playing with a flash marriage." Cheyenne's words reminded everyone of the farce in the hotel a week ago and Wu Yan's classic speech. They all laughed. Wu Yan laughed as well, but it was a dry laugh. Chapter 702. With the help of Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Agile, Klein, Sutta, and the others, the wedding ceremony tomorrow was almost done. By the time they were done, the sky had already turned dark. "Well then, I will be counting on you guys for tomorrow as well." Wu Yan and Asuna stood up and they smiled back at him. Everyone smiled back at them. "Leave it to us." Cheyenne patted her chest and yelled. "We'll make sure to give you guys a wedding you'll never forget." Sachi pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice, "You didn't help at all, you only came here for fun, the wedding ceremony." Silica held her cheeks and stammered. "I'm looking forward to it." Liz, on the other hand, looked at Wu Yan and Asuna and rolled her eyes. She walked to Asuna's side and pulled her to her side. She teased Wu Yan. "Since the wedding is tomorrow, you guys can't stay together tonight. I'm going to Asuna's house to accompany her tonight." Wu Yan and Asuna were stunned. Sachi, Cheyenne, and Silica also came to their senses. They quickly came to Asuna's side and they shielded her like she's a little chick. "That's right, Oniai-chan. You guys are getting married tomorrow. We can't stay together tonight." Sachi giggled at Wu Yan. There was a mischievous tone in her voice. Sachi, who is usually gentle and elegant, looked even cuter than usual. She looked so cute that people almost couldn't recognize her. "Leave Asuna to us tonight. Xian said in an indisputable tone. She put her hands on her waist. I'll give you a beautiful bride tomorrow. How is this possible? Wu Yan is flabbergasted. Other people don't have such rules when they get married. How can you compare yourself to others? Liz raised her chin and smiled proudly. Other players just need to apply and exchange wedding rings to get married. That kind of wedding doesn't have so many rules, but you guys are going to have a wedding ceremony. Everything has to be done according to the normal rules. Wu Yan choked. He was speechless. Indeed. On the night before the wedding, the man and woman are not allowed to see each other. Even Asuna seemed to be a little moved. She had always valued weddings, and she was very happy and satisfied to be able to get married in this world according to the rules of the real world. Naturally, she didn't want to break this rule. She didn't want to help Wu Yan. She gave Wu Yan a helpless look and pulled Liz's hand. I'm sorry, Yan, let Liz and the others accompany me tonight. This time. Wu Yan is really Wu Yan, fine, fine. He rolled his eyes at the culprit and waved his hand dismissively. It's just one night, I won't go crazy just because I can't see anyone. Although he said this, his tone was full of jealousy and sullenness, causing the girls to laugh. Then, Kirito. Liz patted Kirito's shoulder and said. I'll leave the groom to you guys. You can accompany him tonight if you want. No way. Wu Yan, Kirito, and Agile complained at the same time. Girls staying under the same roof is considered intimate. Boys staying together. That's disgusting. Well, we'll go to your house tomorrow. Kirito raised his eyebrows at Wu Yan. Before that. You'd better go home alone. Aha. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. I'll remember you guys. Liz, Sachi, Xian, and Silica pulled Asuna and ran towards the teleport gate. Don't be late tomorrow. Wu Yan, Kirito, and Agile didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw the girls running away in a hurry. See you tomorrow then. Kirito waved his hand. He also walked towards the teleport gate. Of course, he's going back to his house. Oh, right. Just as Wu Yan was about to leave, Agile suddenly took out a package and handed it to Wu Yan. This appeared in the shop today. It says it's for you. Wu Yan paused for a bit before he took it in surprise. He looked at the package. Whose is this? I don't know. Agile crossed his arms. I only found out later. Maybe it's a congratulatory gift from someone. Wu Yan frowned. He looked at the package that didn't have any information other than his name. He started to think, Aincrad, 22nd floor. On his way home, Wu Yan tapped on the package a few times. The package instantly disintegrated and a strange flower appeared in Wu Yan's hand. A flower? Wu Yan scratched his head in confusion. Is this really a congratulatory gift from someone? Just as he finished his sentence, an intoxicating floral fragrance wafted into his nose and he inhaled it. When he smelled it, his expression changed. An abnormal status symbol appeared next to his HP bar. That symbol told Wu Yan that he was poisoned. Ugh! His body stiffened and he quickly threw away the flower in his hand. At the same time, the numbness took over his entire body and he couldn't move at all as he slumped to the ground. Numbing, poison. Wu Yan's face turned green. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. A maniacal laugh came from beside Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed again. He raised his head with great difficulty and he saw a black silhouette in his line of sight. Wu Yan's pupils contracted when he saw this person. Kuradil. Kuradil's figure slowly walked out of the darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant laughter. He held a sword in his hand and his face was incomparably ferocious. Traces of madness filled his eyes, causing him to laugh maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Kuradil's laughter was filled with killing intent. Finally! Finally! You've fallen by my hands. Elven swordsman. Kurudil trembled with excitement. He walked up to Wu Yen with his sword in hand. He looked at the gloomy Wu Yen on the ground and grinned. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm just a lowly guard. There will be a time when I can look down on you, the strongest player. Huh. Wu Yan's forehead dripped with cold sweat. He forced a smile. I didn't expect you to have this kind of item. Numbing pollen? That's right. Kurudil smiled wickedly. At this moment, his expression was incomparably ugly. That's a rare item that I got when I joined the Smiling Coffin. I spent a lot of effort to get it from those damned bastards. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have used it. I wanted to poison your water with paralyzing poison, but the chances were too rare. I couldn't wait any longer. You should feel honored. Is that so? Wu Yen lowered his head. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Yes, I should be honored that you finally appeared, oh? Our elven swordsman doesn't seem to realize what's going on. Kurudil's expression darkened. He raised his sword and slashed down on Wu Yen, taking away a small chunk of Wu Yan's HP. Kurudil's name turned orange. Wu Yan's eyes flew open. Pust. Kurudil, who was about to slash again, froze on the spot. He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his chest. There, a black greatsword had pierced through his back. This. Kurudil struggled to raise his head. Wu Yen stood up with a sword in his hand. His wine-red eyes were cold as ice. Chapter 703. In the original work, Kurudil poisoned Kirito's drink with a paralyzing poison and passed it on to him. Kirito would have lost all ability to fight back if Asuna didn't arrive in time. Otherwise, Kirito would have fallen to Kurudil's hands. But things are different now. Kurudil took advantage of Kirito because they were both members of the Knights of the Blood in the original work. In this world, Wu Yen and Kurudil have never had a close relationship. In fact, their relationship is pretty bad. There's no way Wu Yen would have had the chance to drink Kurudil's drink. Therefore, Kurudil had no choice but to use the precious paralysis pollen along with the paralysis skill he had learned from the Assassin Guild, Smiling Coffin. It was impossible to guard against such a sneak attack, and even Kurudil didn't think he would fail. However, the reality was undoubtedly cruel. Kurudil looked at the heaven gazer that pierced through his chest. He looked at his dwindling HP bar and then at Wu Yen, who is standing in front of him with a trembling face. "Why, you want to know why I'm fine?" Wu Yen pursed his lips. He tightened his grip on the hilt and the sword sank deeper into Kurudil's body. Kurudil screamed as his body was pushed back uncontrollably. Wu Yen, on the other hand, kept moving forward. Little by little, he pushed Kurudil back as he howled in pain. It was a cruel sight. Unfortunately, I'm a person who dislikes having my body restricted in some way. Wu Yen slowly approached Kurudil. The heaven gazer pierced through Kurudil's body. He slowly pushed the howling Kurudil away. I've spent a lot of effort to overcome the paralysis, the only thing that can completely restrict a character's movement in SAO. Not only did I learn the paralysis skill, but I also learned how to detoxify it. Of course, I also improved my poison resistance. Unfortunately, you just happened to bump into me. The Beast King incident changed Wu Yen. After all, at that time, Wu Yen was the one who changed his mind. He was unable to move under the Beast King's gravity and had lost all ability to resist. If it wasn't for the system's decision to summon Yukari in advance, Wu Yen would have to watch the girls he loved being killed one by one right in front of his eyes. Ever since then, Wu Yen hated his body being restricted by an inexplicable state. That feeling of powerlessness made Wu Yen quite disgusted. After coming to this world, Wu Yen put in a lot of effort to overcome this paralysis state. Intentionally or unintentionally, Wu Yan's body became resistant to paralysis. In other words, his poison resistance had been raised to an inhuman level. Although he was not completely immune to the paralyzing poison, the duration of its effect was greatly reduced. For example, Kuradiel's paralyzing pollen had only paralyzed Wu Yan for 3 seconds. The reason why Wu Yan didn't move after that was all an act. He wanted Kuradiel to attack him. That way, he would become an orange player. He could attack or even kill Kuradiel and it wouldn't affect him anymore. Today, Kuradiel has reached the end. Ugh. Ah. As Wu Yan approached, Kuradiel screamed in pain and staggered back like a criminal on death row. His eyes were filled with a strong attachment to life and a great fear of death. Although the pain in Sao was reduced by a lot, it was still there. The feeling of a sharp weapon piercing through the body was enough to kill a person in the real world. In the game, it wasn't a good feeling either. Looking at Kuradiel's twisted expression, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a grin. You know what? I already know who you are. WH. What? You're a member of Smiling Coffin, trash in the Killer Guild. Wu Yan turned around and stared at Kuradiel's expression. You made me wait for a long time. You. Kuradiel gripped the sword that pierced through his body and looked at Wu Yan in fear. Did you plan to? Wu Yan curled his lips and he started laughing in a manner that isn't quite a smile. What do you think? No. Please spare me. Kuradiel screamed in fear. I don't want to die yet. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold and the temperature in the air dropped by a few degrees. Let him kill the killer. Seeing that you took action in advance and didn't make me fall into the orange state. Before he finished, Wu Yan pulled out Heaven Gazer and pulled back. Heaven Gazer's blade flashed with a dense sword light. I won't let you die in one piece. I'll let you die a quick death. No, as Kuradiel screamed in despair, the dazzling Heaven Gazer pierced through his chest once more. Arg! Kuradiel felt his limbs turning cold as he lost all strength. He watched as his HP bar dropped to red and finally, he grinned in despair. He glared at Wu Yan with a crazed look in his eyes. You murderer! Murderer? Wu Yan sneered and pulled out Heavenly Gazer. I'm just killing a dog. Bastard! Kuradiel's vision blurred. The Heaven Gazer supporting his body was pulled out and he fell towards the ground. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his body shook and shattered into pieces. Kuradiel. Die. TSK. Wu Yan swung his sword and stored Heaven Gazer into his item bar. He glanced at the fragments that haven't completely disappeared and he couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't you choose a good day even if you want to die? I'm going to get married tomorrow, but you purposely came to dirty my hands. Murderer? Which one of those who died in my hands didn't have some background? You're just an ant who can only obtain a little power in the game world. I really haven't killed someone like you before, it's a good thing blood doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise, it'd be inauspicious. Wu Yan shook his head as if he just did something insignificant. He walked towards his home. For Wu Yan, killing Kuradiel was just an interlude. Aincrad 55th floor, Grantham, Knights of the Blood Oath HQ, Heathcliff was sitting at his desk. He was organizing something as his eyes scanned through the papers in front of him. Now that Asuna is no longer a member of the Knights of the Blood, she's no longer in charge of the clearers. Heathcliff had no choice but to take over all the work and get himself busy. Normally, there wouldn't be so many things to deal with. However, the players had just entered the 75th floor. Naturally, there would be a lot of things to deal with. After some time, they would be able to have some free time. Heathcliff was in the middle of reviewing his work when a box appeared in front of him. It was an email. Heathcliff paused for a moment, then looked at the content of the email. When he saw the content, his pupils constricted. He closed the box in front of him and stood up. He looked out the window at the night sky. Not long after, he opened his personal interface and sent out an email. Remove Kuradil from Knights of the Blood and announce to the public that Kuradil was once a member of the Smiling Coffin. After sending the email, Heathcliff closed his personal interface. If Wu Yan was here, he would have cursed Heathcliff out. He didn't expect Heathcliff to know that Kuradil was a member of the Smiling Coffin. Heathcliff raised his head and spat out a name in an ethereal tone. Wu Yan. Chapter 704. Aincrad, 22nd floor. No one knew if it was because of the heavens, or if the administrator of this world had opened a back door, but today's weather was unusually good. In the distant horizon, a large number of white clouds were drifting, and the gentle sunlight was spreading. The temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, and it was so clear that it made people feel excited. Under such weather, the breathtaking scenery outside Wu Yan's house became even more breathtaking. The forest, the lake, the waterfall, the mountains, no matter which one it is, they are all flourishing. They are using their own ways to send their blessings to the owner of this place. Wu Yan woke up early in the living room of his mansion. It's rare that he didn't wake up late. In fact, he woke up early to tidy himself up. Things were different now. It didn't matter how sloppy he usually was. It didn't matter if he was bored and didn't want to tidy himself up. It didn't matter if he didn't care about his appearance or impression. But today, he had to adjust himself to his best state to welcome the first time in his life. Wu Yan isn't that young anymore, he's almost 30 years old. The number of people who have had intimate relationships with him and are destined to be with him for the rest of his life is no less than double digits. However, this is the first time he's going to get married. Even if it's just a game and can't compare to a real wedding, Wu Yan still took it very seriously. He'll have to give the people who love him a title sooner or later. Today is a rehearsal for that. Wu Yan has already put on his own wedding attire. The pure white knight's attire on his body made him look different from his usual cold demeanor. Instead, he looks like a noble, elegant and courteous. Plus, he's not that bad looking to begin with, and his deep wine-red eyes. Wu Yan finally looks cool for once. Clothes make the man. Buddha relies on gold. Wu Yan exemplified this point perfectly. Dressed in a luxurious night suit, his handsomeness index shot up by a lot. Normally, he's at a level where he can be seen in public, but now, he's at a level where he can be flaunted in front of the public. There's a decorative knight's sword hanging on his waist. Wu Yan walked around uncomfortably with an unnatural expression on his face. Is this really okay? He usually wears a low-key black attire, but today, he's wearing a dazzling pure white attire. It's natural that Wu Yan isn't used to it. Wu Yan isn't the only one in the living room. Kirito, Sutta, Klein, and Agile are also there. They're playing the role of groomsmen, accompanying the groom. That's why they came to Wu Yan's place early in the morning to help him arrange everything. Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, and Liz are also Asuna's bridesmaids. By her side, the 8 of them could be considered as cheering for the couple who were having their first wedding. As for the wedding venue, Moonlit Black Cats and Furing Kazan are there to take care of it. Everything is going well, the only thing left is for the bride and groom to arrive. Kirito changed out of his usual black attire into a luxurious outfit. He gave Wu Yan a once-over and he nodded with a serious smile. Alright, Yan. Your image now is really good. I won't embarrass you. Really? Wu Yan looked at Kirito suspiciously, a hint of nervousness appeared on his face. In the end, this is Wu Yan's first wedding in his life. Even if it's just a game, it's already this big of a deal. It's not much different from a wedding in the real world, if anything, it might even surpass it. If this wedding ceremony were to be placed in the real world, it would be a lot bigger than other weddings. It's only natural that Wu Yan would be nervous. Hey, you're the Fey swordsman Wu Yan, the strongest player. Klein patted Wu Yan's shoulder. Show me some of your usual boldness. Wu Yan bitterly smiled at Klein's words. I want to, but when I think about the wedding, I can't calm down. Even I find it hard to believe, with infinite arms refinement, Wu Yan's heart, technique, and physique have already fused into one, achieving the realm of peerless. Logically speaking, with the support of infinite arms refinement, Wu Yan's state of mind should be very solid. No matter what kind of mental state he is in, he should be able to unleash his peak power. This is no joke. What doesn't make sense is that a small wedding can break the mental state of Wu Yan and make him nervous. That's an inconceivable thing to say. Sutta, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. Well, this is normal. I believe that no matter who it is, they would more or less be a little nervous at this time. Klein nodded and laughed. From this point of view, the legendary Fey swordsman is just a kid. Don't forget that you're only 24 years old. Agile shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're talking like an uncle. What did you say? Klein was furious. I'm very young too. Huh. The four girls laughed at the same time. Wu Yan's nervousness lessened by quite a bit. He's glad that he got married today. Otherwise, if he went back and got married to all the girls and he still looked like this, that would be really embarrassing. Alright, relax. Kirito chuckled. Just treat it like you're attending a banquet. It's not that different from what you're doing. It's a lot worse. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kirito. He lowered his head and touched the suit he is wearing. He felt a bit emotional. If only I could have a wedding ceremony with Hinajaku, Mikoto, and the others. What are you thinking? Kirito punched Wu Yan's back and pushed Wu Yan away. There's no time for you to be nervous, it's time to go. Wu Yan made up his mind to give the girls a grand wedding. He calmed himself down. Wu Yan took 2 deep breaths and adjusted his collar. His eyes sharpened. Okay. Let's go. Kirito, Sutta, Klein, and Agile looked at each other and smiled. They followed Wu Yan out the door. Aincrad's 61st floor, Selmabrook, in her own room, Asuna looked at herself in the mirror. She had changed into a pure white princess dress and looked like a goddess. Her chestnut-colored eyes flashed with a trace of dreamy light as she slowly lost herself in her thoughts. Lifting her skirt, Asuna raised her hand and placed it on her chest. Her face blushed a little. I feel like I'm dreaming. Sachi, Cheyenne, Shili, and Liz looked at the otherworldly beauty Asuna. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen her devastatingly beautiful face, their eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. She's so beautiful. Asuna-ne-san. Silica muttered. She's like an angel, Shireen sighed, her mouth puffed up a little. She's too beautiful. I should have asked the tailor to make me one too. Fortunately, he shook his head with a smile and walked over to Asuna and hugged her. Asuna is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I'm sure Oniai-san will never be able to escape from you. That's right. Liz giggled. Even I can't help but want to marry you. Asuna, why don't you abandon Wu Yan and come into my arms? Asuna rolled her eyes at Liz. Are you willing to abandon your Kirito? Liz choked and puffed her chest. If you're willing to, I'm willing to. Don't joke around. Sachi hurriedly stopped this pair of girls who might be interested in her and said, It's almost time, let's go. Asuna panicked for a second before she mustered up her courage and nodded firmly. Then, she repeated what Wu Yan had just said. Okay. Let's go. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.